Okay, well, welcome. Here we are on February 22nd and starting the exciting and fun bargaining session where we're going to bargain a number of articles today. And I think to kick things off, we'll just have introductions of the team. Later, we are going to be bringing some folks up from article bargainers, and when they're up, they can give their names and things at that point. But at this point, let's get started with, and I guess what we do generally is the name, and then who you represent, your position. Do you have any time constraints? Are there any elephants? And then I do have a question which I switched due to a request from a teammate here. So first off, I am Rob Cassidy. I am a science teacher at Stanley Lake High School. I've been there since the turn of the millennium here, so a while. No time constraints. I don't have any elephants, although I do have, it's probably maybe a camel at this point. Just that and I know you guys are working on it, but I know that we, like 3 weeks ago, had given you an article with benefits. And I think we have a pretty hard deadline of March 14th. So I'm just hoping that does, the ball does get rolling on that, because I don't want the time to run out. I want us to, be able to reach good consensus on, a good path forward on that article. And I'm just a little concerned that it's been, a few weeks, and I realize that, there are a lot of moving parts. But just hopefully that will be moving along. So that's, it may be at camel phase at my point. And then the question, by special request, since I do go out, I used to do lots of mountaineering, but then, I don't know, it's stressful. So now I look for birds. And so the question that we have today is, what is your favorite bird? And the one I picked here was actually a bar-tailed godwit, which is a bar-tailed godwit, which is a shorebird. And what I think is so cool is they put a little radio transmission on one, and it went nonstop. It flew from Alaska all the way across the Pacific Ocean to Tasmania, south of Australia, in a single flight without stopping. 8,400 miles, one flight. Wow. Okay. So that's one crazy bird. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so audience expectations. First off, thanks so much for coming. We really are, thrilled that you guys are here, and so awesome, yay, woohoo! And with that in mind, do make sure that when we're presenting stuff up here, we don't want shouting and raucous like waves and things like that going on. If you are called up as an article bargainer, you are welcome to come up and discuss things here. But otherwise, we don't want interactions between people at the table and people in the audience. During that, I think the rules are you can have like written things, but not like verbal things, I think is how the rule goes. So just be respectful and considerate of the process here. So since I'm left-handed, I thought we'd go left that way. To Steve.
Thank you, Rob. Steve Landrigan, Executive Director for Employee and Labor Relations. I don't have any time constraints. Maybe I could address the camel that you have, Rob, and that I have spoken with Adam. And after the recommendation that came out of the Benefits Accountability Committee on Tuesday, we're hoping to have some language next Thursday. That's our hope. Awesome. Can't promise it at this time, but that's our hope. And then I'll say my favorite bird would be a bald eagle. I find them just beautiful, and they're rare, and so that'd be my bird.
Thanks, Steve. Good evening, everyone. I'm Amanda Perazio. I'm the Associate Chief of Schools here in Jeffco. I've been in Jeffco for 19 years, and I have no time constraints, and I have no elephants in the room. That doesn't mean I don't have elephants somewhere, but they're not in the room. All is well. So my favorite bird, I am actually slightly fearful of birds, and I kind of hate them, and they creep me out a little bit. I really do not like magpies. Awful bird, right? I can make the magpie sound, though, if you want to hear it. I won't do it into the microphone. It goes like this. Awful. Awful bird. My apologies to everyone at home who had their sound turned up during that portion of the show. I think I like flamingos. They're just pretty, and they're pink, and they're majestic. Not as majestic as the bald eagle, though. So, Caroline Frazee, principal at Arvada High School. No elephants, no time constraints. I grew up in the San Luis Valley, so we'd always go when the Sandhill cranes came. We'd always go to see them. So that I don't have a favorite bird, but that's one that pops to mind.
Lisa Elliott, excuse me, Jcea staff. Been here in Jeffco since 2006. And I have two favorite birds. One is red-winged blackbirds. I love their call. And the other is northern flickers. They're just beautiful birds, and they come to my backyard, and I love them.
Dale Mulholland, social studies teacher at Pomona High School and Jcea vice president. No time constraints and no elephants or camels or any other pachyderm. My favorite bird. So both my boys, but my oldest especially, love dinosaurs. They absolutely love dinosaurs. And my youngest, when he was 5 or 6, my oldest, when he was 5 or 6, told me that scientists think birds are the closest relative to dinosaurs or something like that. And I had no idea. And here's my 5-year-old son telling me this. So I would have to say his favorite bird was the cassowary, because he thought that was as close to a dinosaur as you could get. So that would be it.
Hi, everyone. Jennifer Kimpson, Director in Human Resources. No time constraints and no elephants and or other pachyderms in the room for me. I, like Amanda, am not a big fan of birds, and they kind of scare me. So my favorite bird that is not a real bird is a hawkeye, because I graduated from the University of Iowa. So that is my favorite bird, because it's not real, it can't fly, and it will not peck my eyes out. Hello, my name's Anthea Justice. I'm a learning specialist at Ryan Elementary. No time constraints, no elephants. And I had a feeling, Rob, you were going to ask this. So I was like trying to think of a bird, because there's so many. But I'm going to go with our pet, Fred, the canary-winged parakeet, who is this beautifully bright green bird with yellow wings. And he was really just an amazing pet that we had for like 12 years. He would like sit on my shoulder when I read and kind of like watch books. So I'm going to go with my favorite pet / bird.
Hello, I'm Kendra Geis. I teach 5th grade at Swanson Elementary. I don't have any elephants. My only time constraint is the end of the school year. And that leads to my favorite bird, because I get to retire at the end of this school year. And my husband and I are buying a house on a lake in Minnesota. And my favorite bird happens to live there. It is a lake loon. And they're super cool. They dive underwater for long periods of time to hunt. And they just make the coolest kind of eerie sounds when they surface.
Christine Wiggins, staff member at JCEA, no elephants or time constraints. My favorite bird is also, because Amanda and I are the same person, a flamingo, because I have lots of them in my yard, and they are obviously the coolest.
Good evening. I'm Deanne Hoffman. I am the principal at Hutchinson Elementary. I have no time constraints or elephants. I'm also not a big bird fan either. But I grew up in Wisconsin, and my high school, we were the Slinger Owls. And I think owls are kind of cool. And so I'm going to go with an owl.
Hello, I'm Richard Sanchez. I teach 6th grade social studies at Bell Middle School. I'm the organizing action team chair for JCEA. I'm also a member of this bargaining team. Elephant in the room is, I need the link to get casted up there. I'm trying to be on top of my game today. And no time constraints. I'm here for the whole time. And I'm super happy that nobody said this. My favorite bird is red robin, because Yum. I was like, dude, nobody say that. Nobody say it. I want to say it.
I have to follow that. Okay. My name is Michelle DeAndrea. I am the principal at Bell Middle School. And no time constraints that I know of right now. And no elephants in the room. Oddly enough, my favorite bird is, and there's a reason for it, is probably a homing pigeon. I grew up with them. My father raced homing pigeons and actually was pretty well known for it. So, and for breeding them. So, reminds me of my dad.
Hi, everyone. I am Stephanie Jones, and I am the behavior systems coach and part of the JCEA bargaining team. And no elephants, no time constraints. And my favorite bird is Hedwig, because I am a huge Harry Potter fan. So, you're my people.
Good evening. I'm Beth Grabois, Director of Math and Science. No time constraints, no elephants. And I really think penguins are cool because they have this cool system of gathering together to keep each other warm and trading off roles. It's really awesome.
Good evening, Mike Freeman, one of the community superintendents. No time constraints, no elephants. Shocked that this hasn't been said yet. I thought for sure there's no way it's going to go around the table, and no one has said hummingbirds. So my wife and I love the garden, perennials, annuals, flowers, sit on the front porch and have our coffee. And if a hummingbird visits the feeder, it's always a nice, peaceful, serene moment. True, unless another hummingbird comes along.
Yeah, hummingbirds are feisty. So, okay. Well, today we do have an action-packed, exciting agenda. And with some of the big heavy hitters of the contract here, we have Article 8 first, then Article 5, then Article 9. All of those are JCEA alphas. So a whole bunch of new stuff is getting introduced into the process today. It looks like Article 3 might be struck for this week, and maybe next week it'll come. Then we do have District will be presenting Article 6, and then Article 23. District 6 was a Delta version, and 23 was the Bravo version. After that, we'll set the agenda and have a joint communication, and then we'll close. And I haven't heard about dinner. Generally at like 6-ish time frame, we break for dinner. Do you have?
That's the plan. We have taco bar tonight provided by the district.
Thanks so much.
Food Nutrition Services Department, and it is at 6 o'clock exactly. So
okay,
or just after, but it'll be set up by 6.
Okay, so since we do have such a busy agenda, for the first item, we do have Richard Sanchez will be introducing Article 8.
Did you get the link?
And with that, we will have a number of article bargainers coming up to the table. So take it away, Richard.
Yeah, so that link is not working, but we'll get that figured out here.
Can you send it to me too?
So this is a big article, and I just want to let everybody know how we're going to introduce this. There's a lot of things that are tied in, or language that's tied in with this. So what we're going to do is that we are going to go through stories and interests from the different groups, and then we're going to then introduce the new language after stories and interests. We good?
Yeah, do you want to try again, Richard, now that I'm in? Although I'm being...
I thought I was hearing myself too. I was like... Let me see.
My fault. I forgot how to use Teams in the last 10 minutes.
Did you resend the link or?
No, it's the same link, but I'm in now, so I can actually let you in if you're knocking at the door.
Yeah, so when I click on it, it just...
When it says click here to join meeting, it won't let you in?
I just get like a blank screen here.
That's sad. Christine, can you get in? Brian, we might need you. Brian, to the rescue.
Maybe I need a deep shot. I bet there's one out here. I bet we have somebody that can help.
Richard, I just sent you another link direct from the meeting.
Try this one. There it is.
Success.
Okay. I am, and let me just rephrase it, or let me just re-say this. So what we're going to do, we're going to go through stories and interest from all stakeholders, and then we're going to introduce the new language. Okay. So first up, we are going to have instructional coaches going to share their stories and language. And now, so if you guys want to come up, I have a special. So this started in June with me and Angela, and so it's super cool. And this is actually the first time that I've worked on and created language. This is a big thing. So if I seem extra nervous or on edge, this is why. But it's been super cool to work with Angela, and Angela's also popped out a human being during this whole time. So I'm super appreciative of you, and thank you so much, Angela, for all your work. If you want to go, you have the floor.
And if we could quickly just have you guys introduce yourselves, just for all the folks here.
Hello. Oh, perfect. Okay. Hi. I'm Angela Finke, and I'm the instructional coach at Rooney Ranch. Okay. So this is my 6th year as an instructional coach and my 16th year in education. Currently in Article 8, instructional coaches do not have contract language that is specific to our position. So I'd like to share a bit about what we'd like to see added. We need contract language that highlights the core responsibilities of instructional coaches. On our bargaining survey, coaches listed over 10 administrative roles that they serve, including being the coordinator for READ plans, advanced learning plans, high dosage tutoring, and state and district assessments. Over half of our respondents said that they are called to support students when their behavior is escalated. We recognize that each coach has to meet their school's individual needs, but these additional tasks shouldn't supersede the heart of our work, being instruction and curriculum specialists and classroom supporters. In the coach community, these important roles are outlined in the Jeffco Prioritized Roles document. By listing this document in the contract, we're ensuring coaches don't get pulled away from what matters most. We need contract language that clearly states that instructional coaches are educators and not administrators. We are often treated like administrators because of the many leadership roles we fill, but as members of the Jcea bargaining unit, we should be receiving the same guidelines for our time as outlined for all educators in Article 5. A duty-free lunch, plan time, equitable after-school duty, and pay for substitute coverage are already listed in the contract. However, not all coaches receive these protections for their time. In our survey, over half of coaches said that they are not compensated for substitute coverage through the process that's listed in Article 5. In order to be effective at guiding instruction and supporting teachers, we need our time to be respected and treated equitably. Finally, we need contract language to highlight our hopes for professional learning. For the first time in my 6 years of coaching, my learning this year has been directly aligned to my principals' learning, and we've even had opportunities to learn alongside one another. Coaches really appreciate this cohesion, and on our survey, 90% of coaches expressed that this has been helpful this year. Moving forward, we'd like district departments to consider how to provide this thoughtful learning without pulling us from our buildings so often. In the course of a month, we're attending half-day executive leadership meetings, half-day all-coach meetings, half-day content learning meetings, and for many of us, but not all, READ Act coordinator meetings.
We would like these meetings to be streamlined as much as possible. In addition, new coaches were asked to attend cognitive coaching trainings on Saturdays without receiving extra compensation. So we want to clarify that our professional learning should occur on weekdays. As instructional coaches, we want our unique position to receive the specific attention it deserves in the contract. We want to prioritize our role of helping teachers honor the time we need to provide that support and engage in professional learning that is cohesive and efficient. We believe adding language to Article 8 will help us fulfill our intended roles more effectively.
My name is Heather Boston, and this is my 5th year as the instructional coach at Green Mountain High School and my 28th year in education. As a coach, I'm on the same 185-day contract as teachers. However, instructional coaches need additional time and compensation to do crucial work on the days before and after the teacher contract. Prior to my role as a coach, I was a digital teacher librarian, and as such, my contract was for 191 days. As a DTL, I had 6 additional days, 3 in August before teachers reported, and 3 in May or June after teachers left. This time was absolutely essential for me to engage in professional learning, to understand district initiatives, to analyze data to inform programming, and to be prepared to support students and teachers on day 1. Now, as a coach, I find that I need those extra days every bit as much as when I was a DTL, and for many of the same reasons. The very first day that teachers report, coaches are expected to be ready with meaningful professional learning, sense-making, and support. This requires time for us to learn, plan, and prep. This school year, teachers reported on August 9th. Based on the current contract, that is when coaches should have reported as well. However, my work started long before that. June 1st, coaches attended a half-day leadership pre-launch. July 17th and 18th, we attended 1.5 days of principal and coach learning. July 25th, I met with my principal and then planned next steps based on that district learning. August 2nd, all coaches were expected to attend a half day of coach learning. August 3rd, I met with my principal again and planned professional learning for teachers' return. August 4th and 7th, many of us worked alongside our new to Jeffco teachers who reported for professional learning those days. August 8th, many of us welcomed new teachers into our buildings. My experience matches our instructional coach survey data, which revealed that the majority of us worked 4 to 6 days prior to our official start date of August 9th, plus the district days over the summer. The majority of coaches also reported working 1 to 3 additional days after the last day of the teacher contract. These extra days are important for us to analyze and reflect on end-of-year data, learn from our experiences, and begin to set the stage for the next school year. The district's piecemeal approach to our extra time outside of the current 185-day contract made it difficult to schedule other summer jobs, make travel plans, and to find childcare. The current school-based method for scheduling and compensating coaches for extra time is inconsistent and inequitable. Some principals pay coaches for additional days, and some don't. Our survey data showed that the most common compensation from principals was comp days. But the majority of coaches don't use them because the work still needs to get done, so they end up working additional days for free. And while we are passionate about our work, we're not volunteers. The instructional coach role looks a little different at every school, so we are proposing deliberate contract language to honor the need for some flexibility, but also provide much needed consistency and equity around additional time and compensation. We're simply asking for a 191-day contract so we have the time we need to do our work and to ensure that we are paid for that work. Thank you.
So instructional coaches, we have an interest. We have an interest around language that clearly defines instructional coaches' roles in Article 8. Also compensation for additional days work covered by the district. Next up is special education. Thank you so much. Thank you. And
Good evening. So I will start us off, and then I have some lovely friends joining us to share their stories. But I want to start with an issue that we're trying to solve. And one thing that we're trying to remedy is the fact that we have for special education providers no language in our contract. So when we talk about caseloads across our district, there is a huge inequity regarding what our current workloads are. So to start us off, the role of a special education teacher or provider is unlike those of their general education classroom peers. Educators and providers in special education often have to provide interventions and instruction to their students. However, they also need to meet requirements under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA. This includes things such as preparing specially designed instruction, conducting initial evaluations and reevaluations, ensuring we are complying with due process procedures and other IEP management responsibilities. Additionally, special education providers and educators may need to ensure that they have manipulatives, adapted materials, work with paraprofessionals who they oversee, plan with co-teachers, and many more responsibilities. And yet, despite the additional work, they have no more time than their general education colleagues to complete these tasks, some of which can only be completed during the student contact day. Time is a factor, but the amount of work is also unimaginable. In our JCA bargaining survey, only 24% of our special education teachers and providers feel like they have a caseload that is manageable and will allow them to be highly effective for all students that they provide services for. We have many stories to share, but the theme is clear. As you listen to us tonight, special education workloads and caseloads are unsustainable. Here's a story from one person. I take work home every night and still do not get all my work done. I get to school at least an hour before school starts and stay after at least a half an hour. I feel like this might be someone's story. No, okay, just making sure. We had a lot of good stories, so I want to make sure I'm not. This year I've taken on even more, about 40 students total, because we have been down a 0.5 all year. While I do get the additional pay, that doesn't make more time in the day to get my work done. We lost another teacher halfway through the year, so 2 other case managers had to take on half of our caseload. It has been nearly impossible to get every probe done while meeting student minutes. And probes, by the way, are due like every 4 to 6 weeks, so it adds up. Again, our admin has been mostly understanding given the shortages, but the students are not being set up for success with this model. Over 30 students is too big of a caseload to really be highly effective. If we want to provide a quality experience for students with IEPs, then we need to be more flexible to ensure that teachers can meet all their unique needs. Additionally, we have some students who require more services and take more time to work with than others. I have several students that are in the 1st and 5th percentiles across the board, and I end up working with these students much more than others who need my support. It does not feel fair that I have to spend all or most of my time with 1 or 2 students because there are not enough teachers or providers in the room to help differentiate. We need to look at weighted models. And then we have a story from Jennifer.
If before you go, you could just introduce yourself. Sorry. Thank you.
My name is Jennifer Anglis, and I'm a learning specialist at Ralston Valley High School. Each student on my caseload adds time demands. Each student is another family to get to know, another meeting, another set of classroom observations, another report to write, and another set of general education teachers to collaborate with in order to ensure that the student's IEP is being followed with fidelity. Over the course of the year, it adds up. My general education colleagues have protection in the contract within Article 8 to address workload, class size, and preps, including provisions for what steps will be taken if that load is being exceeded. It is time for learning specialists to have that same protection.
And then Heather, will you introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Heather Godell. I work at Foothills Elementary as a learning specialist. Inept, ineffective, incapable, useless, exhausted, hopeless. These are the words I used a lot last year when asked how I was feeling. I was at 2 schools, a job that I'd done before with success. Last year, however, I was overwhelmed. In the first trimester alone, I did 8 evaluations, 9 annual IEPs, 3 that I case managed, and 6 that I was just providing services for. By the end of the year, I had 22 students on my caseload, and I saw 45 students altogether. I had no time to plan for my groups and relied on my 16 years of experience to deliver lessons on the fly. Being only half-time at each school, I frequently had to cancel groups in order to assess, observe, meet with teachers, and write. One of my schools was able to pay for substitute teachers for me to work on IDEA requirements, and one was not. Spoiler alert, it wasn't the title school. But neither school should have had to scrape up funds for me to be able to do my job. Students suffered. I wasn't doing any of it well, and I ended up feeling like a total failure. I started considering leaving the job mid-year, something totally out of my character. This year has been more manageable, but even with my caseload of 16, I barely get my allotted 225 minutes of planned time and have to skip groups at times to fulfill other requirements of my job. Excessive caseload is a problem for many learning specialists around the district. With high numbers of students on our caseloads, how can we be expected to plan for and deliver specialized instruction for all of the students we see in our 10 to 15 groups? Instruction they're relying on. Often we're faced with impossible choices. Do I plan quality instruction or meet my IDEA obligations? Do I consult with teachers to come up with solutions and strategies to help them help our mutual students, or do I write progress reports? Do I meet with kids, or do I pull a student to assess them? Do I work all day Saturday, or do I spread it out over the 4 evenings this week? Needless to say, I surpassed my 22 and a half extra hours very early on each year, and the 3 days of additional pay are also consumed before the first trimester. It's our students that are suffering with these choices. Having to skip groups because there's no time to work on legal requirements is bad for kids. Not having time to plan quality, individualized instruction is bad for kids. Having teachers become overwhelmed to the point where they feel inadequate, useless, and demoralized is bad for kids. I almost left teaching last year. In a time when we already have a shortage of special ed teachers, it's important that we address some of these issues that have put us in this position so we can attract new teachers and retain the ones who are working so hard for their students in this district. Most importantly, we need to demonstrate to our most vulnerable students that we value them enough to provide them with adequate resources, including teachers who have the time that they need to do their jobs without being overwhelmed. Creating consistent, manageable workloads is a good step.
Thank you, Heather. And then Julie.
Is this on? Is that on? Yeah, okay. Hi, my name is Julie Carr. I apologize for having my phone out. I wouldn't let my students do that, but I work in a Title I school and we don't waste paper printing anything we can do digitally. This is my personal story, but I'm hearing a lot of similarities. So, special education was a career change for me. After being at home with my own children for several years, I was very fortunate to find a position as a special education paraeducator at Fletcher Miller School. I loved working at Miller, and I discovered that I had a real talent for working with our significant support needs students. After 3.5 years as a para, my family needed an increase in income, so I decided to change jobs. But I really wanted to continue working in an SSN program, so I spent months taking praxis tests, getting accepted to an alternative licensing program, and applying for special education teacher positions. In August 2022, I was hired as the significant support needs teacher at Moore Middle School. The year was difficult. Being a first-year teacher and going to school at the same time was time-consuming and stressful. But I wasn't afraid of putting in the hard work for something that I really wanted. And I will say, if I start crying, Kate's my back. So on weekdays, I did my lesson planning at my dining room table until 10 o'clock at night. And on weekends, I spent 12 hours a day keeping up with my alternative licensing program assignments. I kept telling myself, this is temporary. Next year will be easier. And I've never been prouder than I was when I completed. I'm sorry. I'm going to get through it. Than when I completed my licensing program and finished the school year with an effective rating. I really liked my job at Moore, but when the school board voted to close the school at the end of this year and the school hours changed, I decided to accept a job closer to home with hours that would work better for my family at Dean Elementary School. I was sure that this move would give me a better work-life balance, but I was wrong. Somehow my second year of teaching was more stressful than my first. Because our students are in multiple grades and go to luncheon specials with their grade level peers, elementary school center program teachers do not have a planning time or a lunch break built into our workday. My administration told me I would need to carve out some time from my extremely full schedule, which I found very difficult to do with only myself and 2 paraeducators to support 9 high-needs students. Like many center programs, we've been understaffed for most of the year. As an SSN center program teacher, I'm expected to have daily detailed lesson plans prepared for all core subjects, differentiated for 4 grade levels and for students at many different academic levels. I'm also expected to work individually with all my students on their IEP goals and keep up with progress monitoring those goals. And of course, I'm legally required to meet all IEP deadlines, which involves coordinating with multiple service providers, general education teachers, and families. In addition to all of that, which could easily be divided into 3 full-time jobs, I also need to find time to build positive relationships with my students and their families, manage extremely challenging student behaviors, and to provide training and direction to paraeducators who are often hired with little to no experience in the field of special education. The amount of work that my job requires makes it literally impossible to get everything done. There's no way for me to do all of the parts of my job well all of the time. I try to prioritize lesson planning, but my limited planning time is never enough to fully prepare lessons in multiple subjects for multiple grade levels and student abilities. I try to prioritize direct instruction, but lessons are often interrupted by disruptive student behavior. Several times a year, I have to shift my focus to IEP writing, which leaves no time for lesson planning. I could go on, but I'm sure you get the idea. Do I need more planning time? Definitely. Would I like higher pay? Sure. But even if those things happen, it's hard to imagine staying in special education long term. After teaching for a year and a half, I'm already feeling burned out, disillusioned, and exhausted. I try so hard every day to meet the academic, behavioral, and social emotional needs of all my students, but it's just too much, and I often feel like I'm failing them. To tell the truth, I'm feeling a lot of anxiety about being here tonight because it's the end of the trimester and progress reports are due. When I take a step back and try to look at my situation objectively, I can see that it's not me that's failing, it's the system. The workload our special education teachers are struggling under is unsustainable. To properly serve our special education students, the district needs to reduce caseloads, hire more special education staff, and provide more support for special education teachers to reduce our workload in order to prevent burnout and to keep dedicated, experienced, high-performing special ed teachers in our schools. Thank you.
And then Bev, will you introduce yourself and then tell us your story?
Hi, I'm Bev Armour. I'm a learning specialist at Ken Carroll Middle School. This is my story, but I could pretty much ditto a lot of my colleagues here. So as a dedicated special education teacher, we're committed to providing the best possible support for our students. However, it's becoming increasingly challenging to fulfill our responsibilities effectively under the current system, as you've heard. Our workload, it's overwhelming, and it's impacting our ability to meet the diverse needs of all of our students, especially after COVID. Consider our daily schedule, mirroring that of the general education teachers, with just one planning period. Within that limited time, we are expected to plan for our skills classes. We teach to work on the skills for IEPs, collaborate and plan with our co-teachers, special education meetings, case manage, conduct assessments, progress monitor, writing IEPs reports, assist with grading for our co-taught classes, and meet with students who require additional support. Also, collaborating with families and documenting phone calls and emails. It's simply not feasible to accomplish everything within that time frame. While I'm fortunate to have a very strong relationship with my co-teachers, I know that not everybody does. And I know some don't have that luxury. In cases where relationships are strained, and I've been there before, flexibility often lacking, making it even more challenging and making the job of teaching and accommodating for our students is just hard. Consequently, many of us do end up taking work home every night and still struggle to complete all of our tasks. I typically arrive at school at least an hour early before the day begins, and I stay for 1 to 2 hours after school ends. I consequently consistently manage over 20 students on my caseload, which provides services for and progress monitor for an additional 12 to 15 students that are not officially on my caseload. Last year, I had to take on an additional amount, about 40 students total, plus the ones that are not on my caseload. We had a full-time special ed condition. Wow, sorry. We had a full-time special education position not filled. Somebody quit just before school started. We didn't have it filled until after Thanksgiving. And at that time, we were given a contracted teacher that ended up being like a warm body. We still had to do all of those IEPs. While we got a little additional pay, it wasn't magically going to make anything better in our day. And I was working on the weekends at least 5 to 7 hours. While we did much of the paperwork, it was impossible to get all of the testing done and meet with all of the students in the limited time that we had. Despite our best efforts, the workload was unmanageable, and the additional pay offered little to alleviate that strain. Although the situation has improved in our school this year, these issues remain across the district. I know that. Some case managers are still handling caseloads of 30 or more students. I've had 34. This makes it nearly impossible to provide quality services to each of them. To create a more conducive environment for our students with IEPs, flexibility has to be encouraged to help teachers meet their needs effectively. We've taken the special out of special ed. Some schools are lucky enough to have administrators who will provide extra time for special education teachers, but it's not systematic across the district or our time. I've worked in a school that has given me time once a month to meet with my teachers to talk about behaviors, plus had a common plan time and PLC time. I've also had worked in a school where I've been expected to teach 3 different grade level academic skills classes in both math and ELA, also co-teach without a common plan time, and take on extra students because someone quit. When I was asked for more time from our case managing time, I was told by our AP that it's just how SPED is. I've been teaching for 23 years in special education. This is not how it should be in special education. When I told her this, she said, well, there's nothing in your contract about that. And that was the end of our conversation. She told me to leave. My children are grown, but I still have a family, and I have to be there for them. My adult son has had 2 open heart surgeries. Last year, I sat by his bed writing IEPs after he had a heart surgery. Our work is important. We should be able to do it with fidelity rather than having to give up our home life to ensure that part of our job can get done. We owe it to our students to provide them with the best support that they need to succeed. However, we can't do this effectively if we're stretched thin and constantly juggling competing demands. It's time for a change. Special education needs more time to plan and to do case managing work. 1 plan time and 1 case manager period per day would make a huge difference for me. Also, common plan time and a limited number of classes that we have to teach and grade levels too. My son asked me why I even care. I don't have very many years left before I can retire, but I believe in my work. Teaching students with special needs is important. Getting them the services that they need is important. No one's going to want to become a special ed teacher in this district if there's not a change.
Thank you, friends. Christine, will you please share our story from adaptive PE?
Okay. I am not an adaptive PE teacher, as some of you might know, but I'm going to pretend I am tonight. Okay. So in the district, we have 2 adaptive PE teachers. They could not be here tonight. And so I'm going to do probably the really bad thing and read to you much of what is on these slides. And then I do have a short story to share from them. We have 2 teachers, Katie and Brian. Here you can see they basically take the district and they split it in half. So one of them serves all of the schools north of Colfax. One of them serves all of the schools south of Colfax. It's kind of, I'll put this presentation in our notes because I see at the bottom it's kind of cut off, but those are the direct monthly minutes they need to serve, and then they have a large number of indirect. In addition, I would add there are a number of kids that probably should be getting services from them that are not, because there's only 2 of them. And I have a story which will kind of illustrate what's going on. These are just a handful of their duties. So they train other physical education teachers in order to provide PE for their students. They hold weekly small group adapted PE classes at every elementary that has a center-braced SSN program, maybe ASD, not, yes. Look, they all know. And they provide some additional support from middle school and high school unified PE classes, programs. They provide some adapted equipment. They have they run the inventory as well of the Rifon tricycles, the Strider bikes. They support the Bike F program and the Move Through Yoga program. And they have to do all of this while serving half of this very giant school district. So also, if you compare the number of adaptive PE teachers, there is 2 of them, as I have said. You have 16 physical therapists and 45 occupational therapists in the district. So many of them are serving some of the same students with an inequitable caseload. And then they hold a number of Special Olympics events and adapted PE events. And they also need to keep up their endorsement with CDE. I am not going to read all of this, but if you look at IDEA, one requirement is that all students need to be provided physical education, whether that requires they're going to their regular class or receiving specially designed instruction. And so the caseloads need to be sized appropriately to allow adaptive PE to effectively engage in their workload, including some of these activities. And then the most effective way to determine the workload is to look at all of their daily activities, including the vast number of places they have to travel to, and really determine if they can actually do their jobs and the amount of instructional minutes that are there. Also, they are at all of the IEPs for all of the students they serve, which often means they have to choose to be at an IEP meeting or going to a school and helping them run one of their classes. Okay, cool, I did it. Also, I'll go back. If you look on here, it won't open. Teams isn't being my friend. But if you can click on that link and it'll actually, the IEP data link, and it'll show you every single school, every single student that they serve. Okay. Gonna attempt to stop sharing. Okay. I also have a story to share. So this is from our adaptive PE. Recently, it was discovered that a student at one of the high schools had a medical condition which prevented her from participating regularly in her PE class. This was a general education student who needed PE credit to meet graduation requirements. She would qualify for the adapted PE, but she was never referred to work with the team. However, recently, one of the adapted PE teachers was at her school to work with another student and witnessed this student just sitting on the sidelines while her peers played volleyball. The student would have never been referred to the adapted PE team and only got help because an adapted PE teacher had by chance been there to witness her inability to access the PE curriculum. Moreover, the workload of the adapted PE team often prevents them from being able to meet the needs of all students in Jeffco. That's why adapted PE educators need reasonable workloads.
And with that, we have quite a few interests. Our first interest is having caseloads for special education providers that are manageable and transparent to everyone. I think I've said it at this table before, so quick history lesson, that it is almost impossible to find our caseloads on our website. You can do it, but it's much easier to either ask your AD or, in this case, we just got another document today that totally negates the other one that I got. So what are we actually using and how are we doing this? We have an interest in preventing burnout in teachers leaving the district due to high caseloads. We currently have open positions in our district for special education, which is in violation of students' rights. We also have quite a few contract positions, which I have asked the district for just like money-wise, because we want people to stay, and we have contracted positions, and we have a bond with them, and then they leave at the end of the year because they go somewhere else. And then we also have people leaving mid-year, as you heard from our stories tonight. We have an interest in retaining and attracting providers to Jeffco to fill and sustain current district positions. We are very aware that people do not want to come to Jeffco, and when they do, they quickly leave. We have some other stories tonight when we talk about our plan time, where people come here and say, what are you guys doing, because you have impossible tasks that you need to do and you don't have the time to do it. And so we want to keep the people that we have currently while also attracting people to come here. And then most importantly, we have an interest in providing a quality experience and education for our students with special needs. We can and we have to do better to provide services for our students. And these are our vulnerable students who have higher dropout rates and who need support. So we have to do better. Thank you.
All right, our next group represented in Article 8 that's speaking tonight are our digital teacher librarians, our DTLs, and they serve a pivotal role in schools, and we're going to learn more about that role tonight. Yet we're also going to hear that split positions and SBB budget limitations really limit what they're able to fulfill of the roles that they do have. So I'm going to turn it over first to Carrie.
Is it on? Oh, it is. Okay, great. I don't have to do this technology at my school. My name is Carrie Zanetti, and I am the DTL at Deer Creek. I've been there for the past 6 years. Prior to that, I was an ed tech specialist for 4 years supporting the Title I technology projects in Jeffco, such as Elevate and the one-to-one iPads with the Jefferson project. Before moving to Colorado, I was an elementary teacher for 10 years, and in my district, I helped them roll out a one-to-one Chromebook initiative. In that school district, there was a librarian, ed tech specialist, and IT support specialist full-time at every building. In Jeffco, a DTL does all 3 jobs. Ideally, the D in our title is about supporting teachers and students with technology for creating dynamic instruction. Unfortunately, we are the go-to staff member when it comes to the function of technology. Functional technology is a basic need in the classroom now. With only part-time site techs, we are tasked with making technology work all the time. For example, we support guest teachers who do not know how to log into computers. We create sustainable technology purchasing plans. We support teachers who are constantly trying to mitigate tech distractions like Fortnite and TikTok, which are wide open on our student devices. We manage the fidelity of the multi-million-dollar Tech for Ed district initiative. This means we prep devices, we manage the asset management system, we start the repair process. I spend the bulk of my time managing Chromebooks. This year alone, I have had over 500 requests for help from students. My school is only 540 kids. And while middle schoolers are notorious for negligent and intentional damage, the workload doesn't change at other levels. It just looks different. For example, at schools with high mobility, managing the coming and the going and the disappearance of devices is taxing work. And yet many of these schools don't have a full-time DTL or DTL at all. Not having a full-time DTL in every school is a financial liability for the integrity and purpose of the Tech for Ed program. The heart of a DTL supports teachers in creating extraordinary student experiences. We do this by co-planning and co-teaching within lesson and unit internalization with teachers. We know how to infuse those lessons with a variety of technology tools. We support our teachers in using technology for teaching and learning. This prepares students for the future and ensures the instructional fidelity of the Tech for Ed program. Not having a full-time DTL is a detriment to the student learning experience. In between the other duties as assigned, we finally get to do the work we love, which is manage our library collection. It sounds lovely to say that part of our job is curating a dynamic, age-appropriate, inclusive book collection. But this takes time. This work gets pushed into the small pockets of our free space on our schedule. And this doesn't even address the work involved if a book gets challenged. This is just a small glimpse into the three elements, the D, the T, and the L, that encompass the role of a digital teacher librarian and how it supports thriving schools. And yet, we have many schools without a full-time DTL, including schools that do on paper, but require them to teach a special, an elective, or even a core class. And when schools are making budgetary decisions, district personnel will suggest cutting the DTL as a viable option. If you believe in thriving schools, you must believe in a full-time DTL doing the work of a full-time DTL.
Thank you, Carrie. My name is Catherine Doherty, and I'm the digital teacher librarian at Westwoods Elementary School. I have been a Jeffco teacher since 1990. Became a licensed DTL in 1999 and have worked in both middle and elementary schools. Our vision is to provide a student-centered and equitable experience that transforms learning and empowers all for the future. Two of our values include promoting a culture of literacy and to nurture equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging, which supports the Thrive Initiative. As a team, DTLs are working hard to ensure that our libraries and therefore our schools are safe spaces for all, while supporting curriculum and student interest. We strive to provide mirrors and windows where students can see themselves and understand others through developmentally appropriate literature. Schools that do not have a qualified DTL are disconnected from our district team, which leaves those schools out of touch with district policies and unfairly disadvantages their students whose libraries may contain out-of-date or inappropriate material. Another value, curating and managing resources, helps with our mission. Licensed librarians are experienced classroom teachers who have completed graduate-level coursework and are trained to curate the collection with curriculum, student interest, and age appropriateness in mind. No two schools are alike in their needs. For over 15 years, Jefferson County has had effective policies about selecting appropriate material for the grade levels each school serves. We even have elementary and secondary review committees staffed by district librarians to rely on if our policy requirements cannot be met through research alone. Jefferson County has a strong structure to protect students and schools, but that structure is only effective if There is a licensed librarian to follow that structure and who has the time to curate and maintain individual school collections. Book challenges have been on the rise in the last few years. Several years ago, a book from my library was challenged by a parent. The book dealt with a difficult topic that was of high interest to my middle school students at the time. Cutting and self-harm was an increasingly frequent problem at the time, and students were concerned and were seeking to understand the issue to help their friends. In selecting books to address this need, I followed the district policy. I read professional reviews and grade level recommendations. I read many books dealing with this topic before deciding on one which balanced the curiosity of my unique community of students with their developmental need. When the book proceeded through the established challenge process, my due diligence and following the district policy made the committee's decision to keep the book on the shelf an easy one. If there is not a professional in the library to follow the district policy and put in that due diligence, the district opens itself to the possibility of a greater number of and more successful challenges, costing time and money. Staffing each school with a qualified librarian is the district's first and best line of defense in this battle to protect our students. In this age of misinformation, it is more imperative than ever that we have a full-time qualified librarian in each school to support students and teachers academically, to help navigate information literacy, tailor collections to individual school needs, and protect the district from challenges. Now my colleague Rachel will give you a glimpse into the effects of not having a full-time librarian.
I want to first thank you all for listening so wholeheartedly tonight. I know it's a lot, and we appreciate you all. My name is Rachel Duncan, and this is my second year as a digital teacher librarian in Jeffco. And prior to that, I was a teacher in Jeffco and also in DPS. The job of a digital teacher librarian encompasses all of my passions, and I absolutely adore it. Unfortunately, my first year was a difficult one. I was a member of a closing school, Emory Elementary, and spent months packing up its library. Due to Emory's closure, I was split between two receiving schools for this year, which meant consolidating a total of 6 libraries into 3. The promise from Jeffco Rofs was that these closures would provide equitable student services, but this has not been the reality. Working at my current school has been a challenge as the work has doubled. 2 book fairs to run, 2 Tech for Ed programs to manage, 2 library collections to curate, and so on. Those connected to my 2 buildings are greatly impacted because I'm only in each building 2.5 days per week. This impacts 800 plus students and families, as well as over 100 colleagues, and sadly, they do not have the same resources as other Jeffco students and staff. The 2 schools that I serve are only 10-minute drive away from each other, but they are worlds apart. Lumberg is a dual language Title I school, and now the neighborhood school for former Mulholm students. Lumberg has an enrollment of 480 students, 89% of whom receive free and reduced lunch, around 50% of whom are non-English proficient. It is a high needs population, including many chronically unhoused and migrant families. The number of staff in the building doubled this year, and many were new to Jeffco. Even with these needs for support and enrollment numbers this high, the school was able to have a variance to reduce the DTL position to a 0.5 this year, only 20 hours per week. As a result, it does not feel like a thriving school. Stover is a school of 320 students with 35% FRL. Their curriculum, culture, and needs are vastly different, but I split my time equally between these 2 schools, with each only getting half of the services they deserve. This is simply not what is best for kids. You've heard from Carrie and Catherine about the important work that DTLs do every day. Our innovative instructional practices allow students to learn beyond the basic curriculum. Schools with part-time or no DTL suffer. From the data that I've been able to access, 41 out of 125 neighborhood and option schools have a part-time or no DTL or an innovation coach replacement who's not trained in this work and not expected to take DTL coursework. I believe that the students and staff in all of our schools deserve to equally benefit from a full-time licensed DTL. Don't you? As DTLs, we strive to know every student by name, strength, and need. With 800 students this year, there is no way I can achieve that goal. We are the friendly faces that students can count on when they need helpful advice, tech help, or a good book. It is terrible to go to work each day feeling that I am not able to meet student and staff needs. I am here today to try to ensure that this does not continue to happen in our district and to our kids. Thank you. Thank you. It's good. By providing every Jeffco school with a full-time DTL, you are giving all Jeffco students the opportunity to shine and feel like they truly belong, which would be a truly extraordinary student experience. Thank you.
We have an interest in creating an excellent and equitable library technology experience, K-12, for every student.
We have an interest in more clearly defining the role of the DTL.
We have an interest in eliminating budget limitations created by SBB that make it hard to have a full-time DTL in every building.
Thank you, ladies. All right, the next part of Article 8 that we'd like to talk about relates to class sizes. Currently in our negotiated agreement, we have class size ranges for elementary school. Tonight, we'd like to talk about the unique challenges to class size in Title I elementary schools. So here's my story. All teachers work hard, and being a teacher at a Title I school has been my life's work. In that work, I've come to know the unique challenges of a Title I community well. These challenges have become more intense over the course of my 30-year career, and the expectations placed on all of our schools has also increased. With the Title I funds in my building, we were able to keep class sizes at the low end of district ranges in my building. With school consolidation last year, we were a receiving school, and the school that we received from was a Title I school. And many of the out-of-district open-enrolled students we receive also come from Title I communities. Through consolidation, our class sizes increased on average of 5 kids per classroom, and so we're still within Jeffco's class size range. However, the impact of 5 more kids in a Title I community feels like so much more. More read plans, more social emotional needs, more IEPs, more families in need of community resources. So 5 more often feels like 10 more. And since we are still within district ranges, we didn't receive any additional staff to support the increased need that we have. Classroom teachers and support staff in my building are stretched thin, trying to meet the needs of students and provide them the very best educational experience. For example, the 2 fourth grade classes in my building each have 25 kids, and that sounds pretty reasonable. However, 40% of those students have an IEP, and more than that have a read plan. As a district, we need to be mindful of student need when we create our class size ranges, not merely student headcount, because we truly need to embrace the idea that equal is not equitable.
All right. Before I begin my story for elementary Title I class sizes, I want to preface by saying I understand that every educator in every school building in Jeffco experiences in some way, shape, or form the stories that I'm about to share. I have seen both sides of the Title I and non-Title I coin. With that said, I do not want to dismiss or disregard another student's or educator's experience in Jeffco because they are not a Title I school. Being a Title I educator in Jeffco is a very high-stakes position. Educators who teach at Title I schools face a difficult balancing act between meeting the needs of your students and meeting the requirements from your school district and state. On one hand, you are worried about whether your student will have a bed to sleep in or a warm meal over the weekend. And on the other hand, you are internalizing lessons to make sure you are providing grade level rigor. But every day as a Title I educator, you strap up your boots and try everything within your power to build relationships with all your students who enter your presence, because you know that if that student trusts you, even just a little bit, learning will happen. You do everything in your power to make sure that student has a world-class education. Providing a world-class education that prepares all Jeffco students for bright and successful futures as local and global citizens gets really difficult when you have a classroom of 30 students and you're lucky if half your class is reading on grade level. For example, when I was teaching, one of my students was left homeless over the weekend because his dad abandoned him. How can a student possibly be a local and global citizen when they don't even know where they're going to sleep for that night? As a 6th grade social studies teacher who was teaching at a Title I middle school, when I looked at my student rosters ranging from 28 to 32 students, I saw the parade of flags that ranged from ELL, 504, IEPs, and READ plans. I understood one thing. I'm going to try everything within my power to provide a world-class education, but I also know that for a few students, that gap of learning is only going to grow larger. Because by the time these students get to me, they have already experienced so much failure and letdown in their life that they really do not even have the stamina or necessary support systems to succeed. How can elementary Title I students have a bright and successful future as local and global citizens when they are put into substandard learning environments where classroom sizes range from 24 to 30 students? And there is only one educator in the classroom trying their best to provide at grade level material to students whose basic needs are not being met at home. We can stop these learning gaps before they even happen if we create smaller classroom sizes for elementary Title I schools. That sets students and educators up with the best possible framework for success. If the people at this table really want to provide a world-class education that prepares all Jeffco students for bright and successful futures as local and global citizens, can we please start providing them with smaller classroom sizes that offer superior learning environments and experiences? Until we do that, though, the gaps in learning achievements are only going to continue to grow.
So with that being said, we have an interest in Title I schools having a class size that allows teachers to address the needs of this unique student population.
Are we ready for preschool? Is that
I
our
was going to
last
say,
group?
yep, preschool's up.
Okay. Sarah?
Okay. Can you guys hear me? I'm Sarah Shibata, and I am at Micklejohn Preschool this year.
Sarah's going to share her story, and then I will share the interests. She represents a number of preschool teachers that couldn't be here tonight.
So I began my career in preschool in January of 2006. A lot has changed in our district, state, and education as a whole. When Jeffco announced that many preschools would be going to a licensed teacher model for preschool, I was very excited. With having my teaching license in preschool, I was super excited. I have been waiting for this day for a really long time. Now, here we are, 5 years later, with preschool being licensed. Sorry. Kind of got where I am. I am disappointed at how we as licensed teachers are being treated in preschool. Most preschool teachers, including me, are not getting our plan time due to the lack of staffing and support provided. We are asking for plan time during the students' days so that we as licensed teachers don't have to spend an extraordinary amount of time after school trying to plan lessons for our students. Many may not know that we have to come up with, create, and prep our lessons currently because we don't have a curriculum to follow. I am currently at school at least 1 to 2 hours after my contracted hours most days, planning and making sure that I am ready for the students. This is unacceptable considering our licensed educators in our districts are provided a duty-free planning time within their contracted workday. This takes time away from my family and has a negative effect on my mental health. This would be easily rectified with the protection of planning time within our contracted day, as all licensed teachers have. I ask that you think about preschool teachers the same way you think about K-5 teachers. We need that planning time in order to plan meaningful lessons and to return students to be equipped, in return to have students be equipped with the skills needed to be successful learners. We are also asking that we look at including preschool in the AMP allocation, which would allow preschool teachers to get the same plan time as all licensed teachers. Preschool educators are providing a solid foundation for learning that all students need to be successful. Thank you.
So in terms of preschool, we have an interest in having sufficient adult supervision for toileting and other special preschool needs. We have an interest in preschool teachers having sufficient time to plan. We have an interest in preschool teachers being compensated when they do not receive lunch or plan because we recognize staffing issues. And we have an interest in creating consistent time for preschool planning. And you're going to see later we're going to propose that we have a discussion next year about having AMP serve preschool so that their plan time could be more consistent.
So to start off with Article 8, underneath 8.1, 8-X, educators will be provided with adequate and equitable resources to enable them to do their jobs for the benefit of students. Such resources will include, but not be limited to, a physical environment that is safe and well maintained, such as warm in cold weather, cool in hot weather. Workspaces will be adequate in size and equipped appropriately for the age and number of students, as well as for the courses taught in the space. Spaces will be regulated to the appropriate safe temperature at all times. Employees are working in the building and after a break at least 1 day before educators are due to report to work. Instructional resources will be provided that have been approved by the district with collaboration of educators. The district will ensure that schools have equitable resources that align with the needs of the students served, and that educators who are expected to implement such resources have received relevant training. Bilingual materials will be provided as appropriate in schools with more than 25% of the students with English not their first language. So that's what we added underneath 8.1. And if we could have details are going to introduce their own language. And then also underneath 8.1, we added as described in Article 10, and I'm going to let.
Hello, my name is Lori Bell. I'm the DTL at Lakewood High School. And I want to thank Kendra for bringing our group together and inviting us into this work. And I'm happy to present the language that we helped craft for this article. So in Article 8421, a highly qualified digital teacher librarian is an essential component of a thriving library and its school. The DTL holds a pivotal role within a building, a licensed instructional partner who supports lesson development and implementation, a resource curator and manager who maintains an updated, diverse, and inclusive library collection and promotes the love of reading, a building-based leader who fosters information literacy and the integration of technology. Through the combination of these roles, the DTL creates an equitable learning experience and contributes to a sense of belonging for each Jeffco student. To fulfill the crucial roles of a digital teacher librarian, an educator performing the work of the DTL must hold a valid teaching license and a teacher librarian endorsement, or must have completed or is willing to complete digital teacher librarian certificate, Jeffco Schools Digital Teacher Librarian Certificate. Failure to complete the requirements or make adequate progress towards the DTL certification may result in a review with the library coordinator or displacement from the digital teacher librarian position. So we just changed a few things, including the library coordinator in that last part. And then 8422, Jeffco Schools Digital Teacher Librarians' responsibilities are outlined in their job description and evaluation rubric. As an instructional leader, the DTL will serve on the building ALT. As an instructional partner, a full-time DTL has a flexible schedule that enables them to co-plan and co-teach with all building educators throughout the day. Other responsibilities of a DTL may vary depending on individual school needs. Before these responsibilities are assigned, a collaborative conversation and agreement between the DTL and building administration must take place. DTLs will not teach a regularly scheduled class, so they may remain available for their primary role of collaborating with classroom teachers. And then this last part is new regarding our work with technology. So 8423. DTLs provide the conduit for information about technology between the district staff, students, and families. Digital teacher librarians help to troubleshoot technology hardware and EdTech tools with the purpose of furthering the learning in the classroom. Their role does not extend to fixing devices and hardware. In the 2024-25 school year, a committee will be formed to evaluate the Tech for Ed program and the workload placed on DTLs. This committee will be composed of DTLs, members of the IT department, EdTech specialists, school leaders, and led by a member of Jeffco's program evaluation department. So we believed this was important, and this is the 5th year of the Tech for Ed program. To evaluate all of those pieces collaboratively with all of those members present.
I do want to address some changes that we also made here with 8442. Looks like there was a spelling error. It's skills. It was changed to skills right here. And then what's up? Did I miss one? Yeah, we moved it. We moved it, yeah. And then for 8444, all mental health All mental health professionals will supervise, such as monitoring afternoon or during uninstructed. All mental health professionals will supervise students during unstructured school time, such as morning, afternoon, lunch, and recess supervision. And then right here is our new article for instructional coaches. Okay.
Okay. So we want a section in Article 8 too. We want to join the party. 8451 is instructional coaches serve 6 roles as outlined in the Jeffco prioritized instructional coaching roles document. Those roles are instructional and curriculum specialist, classroom supporter, mentor, data coach, learning facilitator, and learner, and school leader. Instructional coaches are integral to increasing student outcomes, supporting classroom teachers, and meeting school and district goals. The instructional coach responsibilities are outlined in their job description and evaluation rubric. Other responsibilities may vary depending on individual school needs, but will be agreed upon through partnership agreements utilizing the Jeffco prioritized roles document. Instructional coaches are, by definition, educators and not administrators. As such, they shall receive the same amount of plan time and a duty-free lunch as defined in Article 5, though these might not occur at the same time every day. Additional tasks, such as after-school duty, will be assigned to instructional coaches in the same way they are assigned to all staff in their building. Instructional coaches will be compensated for work outside of their regular 185-day contract position. Instructional coaches will work 6 additional days per year. The schedule of additional days will be mutually agreed upon by the instructional coach and their immediate supervisor. They'll be paid at the per diem rate by the district, not SBB. Any additional days beyond the 6 will be optional, and the instructional coach will be compensated by the district, not SBB, at the hourly rate in accordance with Article 1710.4. The hours will be calculated by time spent in attendance. They may provide substitute coverage for additional compensation following an agreed upon protocol that includes all licensed staff as defined by Article 539. Last, instructional coaches benefit from attending ongoing professional learning that is relevant to their roles and allows them to participate in cross-district collaboration. These occurrences may take place outside of the school building. The district instructional coach coordinators and other district leaders will work together to schedule professional learning on weekdays only and to minimize the number of days instructional coaches are out of their buildings.
Special education? Okay, so you saw that above there was language struck. Not really. It was with mental health, and we wanted to put any special education specific workload caseload language right here in one section. So we moved the mental health language to right there, 8462. That is existing language, just moved down. And then there is 8461. SPED caseloads will be set in accordance with Appendix F. I will present that when we're done with reviewing this whole article. And then we struck this language about the 23-24 school year because that is right now.
All right. So in 855, which is elementary classroom ranges, we left K3 guidelines the same, but then added a Title I class size guidelines for K3 being 16 to 20 students. And then in grades 4 through 6, we made an adjustment to the original class size there from 22 to 28, or from 22 to 30, and kind of backing it up a bit, 22 to 28. And then the Title I class size guidelines for 4 through 6, 18 to 24.
So the guidelines for caseload, as far as the details concerned, there's just a few changes in every school would be provided one full-time digital teacher librarian and one full-time instructional coaches there too. These positions will be funded outside of SBB.
I got us. Elementary schools, at a minimum, will be provided one school counselor as a component of their mental health team. Let me go ahead and take. Okay. So for 857, this language basically states that if the caseloads are going to exceed for secondary, this is for secondary educator, if the caseloads are going to exceed the required or the 30, the student maximum of 30, that the educator must sign a form to confirm that they agree with their class size or overall student numbers exceeding the maximum, and they have completed the collaborative process with their administrator to ensure that they have sufficient support. So just so the educator gets that sign off if their class sizes go over 30 for secondary. For 859, secondary educators, including secondary learning specialists, must agree to more than 3 preparations in a semester. And then for preschool educators.
So for preschool educators in 862, we brought their planning time, instead of 30 minutes during the day and 30 minutes after the day, 45 minutes during the student day, like K-5 educators. And because we realize there are staffing shortages that may not be able to be resolved, if planning time or lunchtime cannot be provided, the educator will be paid the hourly rate in 17-10-4. Any unscheduled time before and after school is for planning, preparation, and cleaning, because I want to point out, in case you didn't know, they have a lot of cleaning they have to do every day. And then every classroom will be assigned a minimum of a full-time para. The para support, this would be in addition to the para support provided by the ECE office, will cover for planning and lunch, because that is not all day. We just changed professional development, professional learning. And then there is a preschool advisory committee already, and the language just says that they will collaborate with the ECE office to determine topics and scheduling for professional learning. Preschool teachers will be excused from elementary school professional learning that does not apply to them. When there's a scheduling conflict between ECE and elementary school professional learning, ECE professional learning will take precedence. New curriculum will have effective professional learning sufficient for successful implementation. They are working on getting curriculum for preschool. 865, UPK, that's Universal Pre-K, that's the state program. Their standards for preschools recommend fewer than 5 students, that's 25%, in the classroom identified with an IEP. And that's at the beginning of the year. We realize that will grow during the year. In exceptional cases of high-need students, class sizes will be capped at a lower number until the number and intensity of exceptional cases is reduced. And in 866, instead of access to supports, we want school administrators to have professional learning regarding preschool pedagogy, evaluation of preschool teachers, and other identified areas. And then finally, 869, collaborative conversations with preschool educators, preschool building administrators, elementary art, music, and physical education teachers, and the early childhood office will be held during the 24-25 school year to determine if elementary AMP educators can begin providing instruction to preschool students as part of their regular schedule. I just want to note that in theory, AMP educators are not supposed to cover preschool, but in some schools we know they do. We asked our AMP educators if they were willing to have this conversation, and they said yes. We know there's challenges, there's funding issues, et cetera, but we think we need to have the conversation. So that's it.
Okay, So I think it's probably best to now have questions fielded. I would think at this point before eating, does that sound reasonable?
It does. And I feel like that was a lot to digest.
That was a lot. It was a lot of information.
We might need to think about it, let it simmer for a little while before we go into questions, unless my team disagrees and has like immediate questions right now. I noticed Christine.
We do have one more part because that said Appendix F.
Oh, yes.
So sorry, I know it was a lot, but
no, that's okay.
You want to do the? I was just wondering if they wanted a chance to field the article before going to the appendix, just as two concrete things. But if you prefer hearing the appendix,
I'm happy to hear the Appendix F before we move on, and I'm getting nods from the district team, and so I think that would be helpful.
Then let's go ahead with Christine with Appendix F.
Okay. So special education caseloads. As we've said previously, it feels like it is a mystery. It's a secret. You can't find it. And I know a great place where we could find it, the contract. So we are proposing a workload model. So currently there are caseloads. That refers to the number of students for whom you manage the IEP, or perhaps if you're a related service provider, who you deliver the services to. Workload refers to the actual amount of work or activities it takes to service a student. So it takes into account students' contact minutes and if you can actually serve them during the instructional day. So this beginning part talks about learning specialists. We are proposing workload ratios as follows: elementary 18, middle school 22, high school 24 will not exceed those numbers. This is how you figure that out. So basically you would take the number of special education service minutes for the students who you see during the day. That would include the direct minutes that you provide to the students in your class and indirect service minutes for students that you have on your caseload. You need to meet with teachers, you need help prep materials. So that is a combined total. You're going to take that and divide it by the number of minutes available to you per week. And then you will, this should be a plus. We'll put that in there. Add it to the number of kids that are actually on your caseload. And that's how you determine your workload. We have some awesome people, Heather, Jennifer, oh my God, name. Thank you, Julie. And other folks, a few other people actually tried this out. So if you have questions, they're the people that are the experts in this. Anthea, she did, the person on the bargaining team. Yeah. So all of these folks could speak to the difference in the students who are, if you just look at their caseload numbers versus what their actual workload is, they can speak to that. Your contact minutes includes, I just spoke to that, providing your specially designed instruction and indirect service minutes and conducting your evaluations and reevaluations. The formula would include 6 hours to be allocated for each reevaluation or evaluation that you do during the instructional day, because you can't test kids when they're not at school. And then instructional minutes do not include the plan time, because you need to have time to yourself to plan. Your duty-free lunch, other assignments like monitoring a study hall, lunchroom duty, bus duty, travel time, etc. Okay, center program teachers. Center program teachers will only case manage the students in their program, and class sizes should not exceed 10 students and will not combine more than 2 grade levels. Speech language, motor, mental health, that would be your psychologists and school social workers. Exact same formula. Instead of case manage, because they shouldn't have kids that they directly case manage, they will look at the IEPs that they serve, and that is how we will determine the workload. Instructional minutes will not include the travel time restrictions plus everything else that was included above, right? Like lunch and duty-free, or your duty-free lunch and your plan time. Just often your motor folks, speech language motor, will have to travel between 2 or more work sites. The workload for these service providers will not exceed the following. Using the formula, speech language pathologist 50, occupational therapist 40, physical therapist 40, mental health workers 30, and Title I school mental health caseloads cannot exceed 25 because we have spoken to the needs are often greater in Title I schools. Additional requirements. We believe some of these are already in what you would consider the caseload document if you can locate it. Schools with center programs, AN, SSN, ASD, will be allocated an additional 0.5 FTE mental health per teacher. 5% of a mental health provider's instructional minutes will be set aside for MTSS or safety assessments. Schools with center programs, AN, SSN, ASD, or preschools will be allocated an additional 0.5 SLP. And adapted PE, which is nowhere actually. So this is totally new. There will be 1 adapted PE teacher assigned to a maximum of 4 to 5 articulation areas, 35 schools, and no more than 40 students.
Okay, so I guess, does anyone have any questions? Or are you guys all like, it's good?
So we are going to need some time to take a look at the language you've presented here and formulate some questions. Certainly we have, I'm sure, a few. Before we do move on, I would like to thank and acknowledge Heather, Angela, Catherine, Rachel, Carrie, Lori, Julie, Heather, Bev, Katie, Jennifer, and Sarah for your contribution this evening, both to telling us your story and sharing the stories of your colleagues, and also to the contribution you've made to the language in making every effort to improve your own experience and the experience of your colleagues, and most importantly, the students in Jeffco. I validate your hard work, and I appreciate it each and every day. I know that you are spending countless amounts of time and energy to serve the student, staff, and communities in which you work, and I appreciate you. I just want you to know that, as do all of the people sitting around this table. And so thank you. I also want to thank the audience for coming tonight and for the encouragement that you've given to each one of these educators for telling their story, even though you may have done so verbally instead of through a silent cheer. It's okay. It's okay. I acknowledge and appreciate that encouragement that you show to your colleagues each and every day. And I know that it is out of love for the students that you present what you do. And so thank you. I appreciate that. And Rob, I would love to be able to ask 1,000 questions right now, and yet I think my team and I might need to just formulate what it is that we want to ask.
Okay. And maybe it would be best to eat, actually,
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
after
good idea.
eating.
Great.
And if the folks who presented, want to stick around and then field questions, that would be super awesome. And I certainly mirror everything that Amanda said. You guys are awesome, and thanks so much for all the time you put in.
Also, Rob, just a quick, I feel like last week we may have agreed that we would start during dinner reading through the common, what's it called? The joint communication.
That is correct.
Just a quick reminder to the team.
So yeah, when we should read that and then kind of approve what's been done so far going into the second half of the session.
Perfect. What time would you like us to return?
So can we do it at like 47 past? So 6:47 because it's 6:50. Okay, we'll go 6:50.
All right.
We will come back for the big question and answer session
Oh, real quick. I propose Rob facilitate every time. If you are here in the audience, we have pizza. So you
All right, well, welcome back to the February 22nd bargaining session between Jcea and the district. We did hear in the first half some amazing stories from a huge range of educators. Before we move on, I think we had the exciting play-by-play had been detailed, and members of the bargaining teams were supposed to read through that and see, does it sound good? So at this point, I guess if you think that was super fun and good, have your hand up. Good. Okay, so we will assume that up until break, we are good on that joint communication. I think next item before we move on to Article 5 would be if the district team has any questions to field on either the new appendix that was offered and or 8. Are you?
I think the questions are going to be held until next week or at a later time, but they'll let us know when they'll have those ready for us.
Michelle and I talked about potentially we're going to have a lot of questions on both 8 and 5, and in order to allow the audience to get a good night's sleep before they have to be back at work tomorrow morning, some of them very early, to welcome our students on a fun-filled Friday, no doubt. We will make sure that we let Michelle and your team know by Tuesday when Michelle and I have our conversation which groups of educators we might have questions about their section of Article 8, so that if they wanted to be present again next Thursday night to field any of those questions, that they could do that.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and we look forward to those questions.
Also, Rob, I forgot to tell you, we have guests coming for 23 that just came, and so we bumped 5 down 1 and put 23 ahead of it because it's a short article.
Okay, so we have a quick switcheroo play here. So we do have Article 23 from the district team.
Thank you.
Take it over, Amanda.
Perfect. So we are happy to welcome educators from the Jeffco Remote Learning Program with us this evening. Come on up, y'all. There are microphones right there at the end. Right? And the microphones are just a switch, so feel free to switch those on. And as you are presenting, I'm happy to put the slides up if that works for you. And then if you could just make sure that you let us know your name, your role, and of course where you work.
I was waiting for it to turn green. Oh, there it goes. It's not very strong. Okay. Hi, I'm Kayla Mungia, and I am the principal at the Jeffco Remote Learning Program. Thanks for having us this evening.
Hi, Melissa Kurgan. I'm the assistant principal at the Jeffco Remote Learning Program.
I'm Marcy Kirkpatrick. I'm the digital teacher librarian at JRLP.
I'm Cindy Shapiro. I'm the secondary level instructional coach at JRLP.
I am Vanny Adams, and I am the elementary instructional coach at JRLP.
Thank you all so much for being here with us tonight. So JRLP certainly has a unique perspective on virtual learning in Jeffco. Specifically, they do a lot of our work around synchronous remote learning and do have partnerships with our JVA folks as well as other schools that do some type of virtual learning to provide to our students. So Mike also is going to present the language once we get there. But we have a presentation that Kayla has prepared to provide you with some context in the remote learning background. So I'm going to put it up here, Kayla, just in 1 second.
Thanks, Amanda. As she's putting that up, we were super excited about coming and sharing our stories tonight. When we had heard the proposed language of changing for JRLP and the Article 23, I got a lot of feedback from staff asking for us to come and present a different story from what was told. And so we gathered people's input who had reached out to us and said, we want to share some different information. And so my staff here is going to share. We're going to start with some student and family input. And Melissa, our AP, will share some of the student side of things, and I'll share some of the family side of things. And then our DTL and coaches will share some staff input.
Awesome. Let me know when you need me to click, Melissa.
Click. We thought we would start out just by talking about what hybrid opportunities have looked like and meant to our students and families at JRLP as we've grown as a school over these last 2.5 years. Next slide. Perfect. So over the last 2.5 years, like I said, we've been building up an enhancing program based on feedback from our community. And a big focus at JRLP has been simply that, building community. And like anybody can acknowledge, doing that in a virtual setting takes a lot of creativity and different opportunity. So really giving opportunities for students to connect both virtually and in person. And that power in person is anybody who has ever worked remotely and experienced a remote classroom or educational experience. There is that slight difference in connection when you see each other face to face. It helps get to know who's on that other side of the screen for our students and in our community. So some of the opportunities we've started building up and bringing that really our staff have taken a lead in developing have been field trips, just like any other student might, going on snowshoe trips, going to museums, things to really enhance and bring to life that learning. We also have links days where students have a lot of opportunity for intervention, but also clubs and enrichment, so we can embed that social time for students to build up skills and again, community building as they experience their learning day. They have time for clubs. We are doing a variety of online and game nights, so different types of events when we are building up community experiences. On that next slide, you'll see some great pictures. So you can, click. So here's some examples of things that students are able to engage in at JRLP when we have that in-person opportunity for them. You'll see hiking that has happened with our Lifetime Fitness or PE classes that's been offered to all students in grades 6-12. There's also the aquarium that the students went to engage more with those learning experiences. In classes, they've been able to go out on adventures in the wilderness. We also have a competitive mock trial team, and that's been really exciting too, where they're actually competing tomorrow at the Jeffco County Courthouse. So having those opportunities has been exciting. Next slide. In addition to thinking about those in-person pieces, we also acknowledge as a full community, having a virtual option is critical. So when we think about equitable experiences for all kids and meeting their needs, having that hybrid experience has been really important. So while we had graduation last year, our inaugural class at JRLP, they also had a virtual option, so families were still able to engage. The same with Fall Festival is another example. Our community really cried out to us saying, hey, we want to get together and just play and have fun. So our PTSO put together a Fall Festival for the second year in a row and also had a virtual Fall Fest. So students could dress up in costumes, build community still from home, but again, have that blended opportunity and highlighting the power of bringing those kids together and how many more cameras we see on when they're able to connect in person too.
I don't think we'll be able to watch the video, but we did put together a video of students kind of input. So if at any point you guys all have access to this presentation, I encourage you to watch it. It's super cool, the things that they come up with that they appreciate about our school. But some family testimonials that parents who reached out. A family of a mom who has a 6th and an 11th grader. The 11th grader actually attends another school, but isn't secondarily enrolled with us because the option of course that she wasn't available in her school. So she talks a lot about those in-person activities, how remote school is important for them with the flexibility in their lives. Her students actually are professional actors. But she also appreciates those opportunities for her kids to be able to come in person and meet their friends and their teachers. I think that's a big part, is that trust piece, right? That they build that relationship and trust with their teacher so that they feel, like Melissa mentioned, more open and engaged in those classes, turning on cameras, participating remotely. And then you can click again. This next one is another mom of a 6th grader and an 11th grader as well. Her 6th grader actually came to us they both came to us in the beginning 3 years ago, but her 6th grader last year left after 5th grade, wanted to go to a traditional middle school, spent semester 1 there, and then came back because he just felt, he said, like JRLP was his home. So that was really nice. But this specific mom is one of our PTSO presidents, and so has planned many of those events that you saw in those other images. They recently did a bowling event, but they also recently did an online game event. And so she talks a lot about how important it is for her kids to be able to have those experiences and for the teachers to, be able to be a part of that as well. She did say that both of her students have blossomed and have become leaders at JRLP. And it's the only remote school that she would send her kids to. She's afraid that if they didn't have these options and experiences to explore, connect, and grow the way they have, that they wouldn't necessarily be where they are today. So you can read a little bit more about that. One more parent input from our PTSO co-president. Thank you, Melissa. So nice. She talks a little bit about the Fall Fest and how that was a great opportunity for families and teachers to connect. That's a big event where the kids are kind of off doing their thing. And so the parents and the teachers really get that opportunity to talk to one another and connect. So she highlights that. She also highlights our school dances, which are super important. And of course, our staff chaperone those events. We have a homecoming dance. We have a prom. We've hosted family movie nights on the lawn. And again, really great opportunities to just connect and grow and learn about each other. And what she says is, as a PTSO co-president, I think it would be a disservice to both students, staff, faculty to say that because we're an online remote program, it's okay for everyone to remain online and remote with no opportunity for other experiences to grow in community any other way. And she goes on to just talk about what those events mean to her and her family. And now I'll pass it on to our lovely staff to share with us.
I will just say one more thing. In student experience, we noticed an increase in excitement about coming in person for state testing as well, which I know might sound a little silly. But we noticed that students that had opportunities to engage in person together prior to state testing felt more comfortable once they arrived. So when we think about their ability to show their where they're at academically and their growth toward grade level standards with in-person standardized measurement, having those experiences prior to help them fill that safe space as well.
I think a piece of that too is also then as they go back into their classrooms, we see more cameras on and things like that. From the digital teacher librarian-ish, which is an interesting position in a remote school, I tend to be heavily on that digital side. So a lot of my contact with kids is taking care of technology and doing a lot of digital lessons and things like that. But I think the power that has been really helpful for our school is to have those lessons where we're working virtually, but then have the opportunities to come in. So we can also be a part of having some library pieces available, but a lot of the robotics and that kind of stuff. So when we start thinking about STEM, we're very interested in really pushing innovation at JRLP. So some of the licenses and some of those kind of pieces without having that in-person piece kind of make those fall flat because most of our kids can't afford the kits and all of that kind of stuff. So the back and forth of trying to get things to home, into homes versus me just being able to have kids come in on our material pickup days and use the technology and be a part of building stuff is really important for my role. Tech support, it's my favorite. So 600 computers is really, really fun. But we have a definite challenge in that piece of when, for us, our analogy that we use all the time is if a computer is not working, it's like sitting a kid out in the parking lot and saying, hold on, we'll get to you in a little bit. Just look in the window, but you can't really see anything because your computer won't work. So we have to work really hard to figure out ways to help kids get those in. And there really are times where we need that computer. I spend lots of time saying up, 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 no, over, 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 over. And sometimes it's just really nice to have the opportunity for kids to come in. We also do a lot with orientation when they come in, just orienting them to the computer and being able to find all of their
Google Meets and all of those kind of things. So that tech piece, just making our kids proficient with it and making our computers proficient with us is really important to have that in-person piece for us as well.
So I'm just going to share some of the letters that our teachers wrote. The first one is from Lori MacArthur, and not going to read the whole thing, but she said the inaugural year we did not have in-person events for teachers and students. The end of the year kindergarten continuation was the first time I saw any of the staff or students. I didn't even recognize many of them. It is difficult to fully imagine what someone looks like from a screen. Since we started having in-person events for teachers and students, the school as a whole has grown closer. Staff members are more than just Facebook friends now. And then from Emily Acosta, our middle school ELA teacher, said, in-person events are an absolute must for online schools. When students initially log into classes, they see each other as nothing but usernames and profile pictures. Students are unsure about themselves and each other. This translates to students being more reserved and less engaged, which has a huge impact on their education. In-person events like orientation, movie night, holiday parties, and outdoor lab are like the glue that holds our online communities together. When we get to meet face-to-face, we have the chance to really bond and make those friendships that make a world of differences. I'm talking about the kind of friendship that make you excited to log into class every day and eager to collaborate on projects with your classmates. When you know your classmates on a personal level, it changes the game in the virtual classroom. You're not just a bunch of usernames anymore. You're real people. Those friendships translate into more engagement during class discussions, more willingness to help each other with assignments, and just all around better learning experiences. While not all students attend in-person events, those who do set the tone for a more collaborative classroom and allows other students to open up and join the community as well. In-person events are a crucial part of learning at JRLP. And then the last one is from our high school social studies teacher, Sarah McCammon. And she says, while being a virtual school has brought about numerous benefits for our staff and students, I believe it's crucial to emphasize the irreplaceable value of face-to-face relationships among colleagues and students. For both educators and students, the ability to build meaningful relationships fosters a positive and enriching learning environment. Face-to-face interactions enable a level of engagement, understanding, and empathy that is often lost in virtual communication. It is through these interpersonal connections that trust is built, collaboration flourishes, and a sense of community is established. Collegial relationships among teachers are the bedrock of a successful educational institution. The exchange of ideas, collaboration on lesson plans, and the sharing of experiences are integral components of professional growth. Face-to-face interactions provide a platform for spontaneous discussions, brainstorming sessions, and the nurturing of a supportive professional community. The camaraderie built through in-person engagement can significantly contribute to the overall morale and job satisfaction of educators, ultimately benefiting the quality of education provided to our students. Similarly, for students, face-to-face interactions with their peers and teachers are vital for their social, emotional, and cognitive development. In-person communication allows for a nuanced understanding of nonverbal cues, the development of effective communication skill, and the cultivation of empathy. These are essential skills that go beyond the academic curriculum and play a crucial role in preparing students for the success in their future endeavors. So, as you've heard, both students and staff flourish through personal events, which foster collaboration, engagement, and a sense of community within the learning environment.
I'll be really quick because I know that we're over time. But as you can tell, in-person events are a really important part of our program. I know that because as the coach, I also have been the co-sponsor of Outdoor Lab all 3 years that we've been a school. And it's always been an amazing experience to see students come together. I am also a JCEA member, and I have been a member since I joined Jeffco, and I have always been a member of whatever association in whatever district I've been a part of because I believe in the work. When I first heard about this article in Article 23, I went to my colleagues who are also JCEA members, and I asked them, where did this come from? Because it was the first time that I had heard of it. And what the answers were that I got was there was a lot of surprise where people said, honestly, I had not heard of this. I did not know about this. And I spoke with our AR just the other day. She's wonderful, Becky Brocious. And we had a great conversation where she had some hard times this fall where she was not able to attend all meetings. And it seems as though we may have had some members take some other channels and go other ways in order to have their voices heard, rather than going through the usual process of going to the AR first and then having the meeting as members and then bringing whatever we need to the full staff. So honestly, I really don't believe that Article 23 is representative of how our staff feels or how our majority of our JCEA members feel. Honestly, we haven't had that opportunity to share our voices, and so we really appreciate you all hearing us tonight and considering, for the health of our students and for the health of our school, just for allowing us to be a community that offers flexible events for students, both online and in person. So thank you.
Thank you all so much. We appreciate your presentation. If you would remain for just a few minutes so Mike can go through the new red line that Bravo that we are proposing this evening, and just in case there are any questions that we might need you to answer.
First of all, thank you. Like our other guests this evening, I think it's incredible to hear the passion and the expertise that you guys bring to your work in a similar way that our instructional coaches, our DTLs, and our special educators brought that passion and insight to this group. So thank you. I also want to thank Kayla, and Kayla, encourage you to jump in when needed, as Kayla and I took a look at this article in depth yesterday. As we talked about this article as a district team, we talked about the necessity to really think through remote and virtual instruction as one umbrella, rather than trying to break out specific language for JVA and specific language for JRLP. We really thought, like, what things belong in the collective bargaining agreement that are comprehensive of all of our remote and virtual models. And so that is something to think about moving forward too with any counter language. Are there stakeholders that we may not have thought of as we did that work? I know I sat on the JVA principal hiring committee today, and I know it was great to hear from them as stakeholders through that process as well about the importance of the work, and really the importance of this work as we move forward in this ever-changing world is an important offering for our students here in Jeffco. So with that, we'll dive into the language as you look at that opening sentence in statement. Again, it's important to deliver remote virtual instruction to students to address a growing need within our community. We know that need's not going away, and it's growing more than the first time the sentence was written, right? The district will provide remote virtual instruction through asynchronous, synchronous, hybrid, or a combination of the three instructional models. So again, we wanted to build flexibility into the language, flexibility that you heard that the staff articulate is needed. We struck a lot of language in the hopes of rewriting it in a succinct way that would apply not, again, just to JRLP or to JVA. So if you go down to 23.2, we left that there, and that is the language around the 24-hour workday advance notice to transition lesson plans and to prepare in the case that we all have to go remote again someday. And so let's hope not. Then we go down to 23-1-1, and Kayla and I were trying to make sure we got all our dashes and numbers and redlining correct, but it says virtual learning opportunities will be provided through a learning management system selected by the district in partnership with the association based on the needs of the program and the needs of the student population. So again, JRLP uses Google Meets, and JVA uses Schoology. And so again, we want to recognize that we don't believe that program or that learning management system should change without that partnership of both the association looking at the needs of the program and needs of the student population. So that partnership is really the key word. in that article, or that part of the article. Going down to 25, 1, 2, rather than get into putting language into the collective bargaining agreement as specific as 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., we just wanted to recognize and give the power to the collective or to the collaborative process, not collective, collaborative process. So having remote educators' bell schedule or program schedule remote educators' bell schedule or program schedule will be determined by the respective OLT. So educators' work week will be like other educators' work week of 40 hours, but really allowing that OLT to say, at JVA, for example, what are the hours that we want to make sure that we can flex to cover our student needs that also matches our staff's ability to provide those hours, right? So they're best suited to make those decisions, so we want our language to articulate that. 25.1.3, in order to build school community staff culture and meet the needs of students, remote educators can be required to report to a physical location in person as determined by school requirements and school collaborative processes. Again, you just heard from the JRLP staff. I could tell you stories from talking to JVA staff. I don't supervise JVA. I was just part of their hiring process today, but I heard about the importance, like we did tonight, of staff and students and community coming together. And that could be to build culture, to build climate, to meet the academic needs of students or the emotional needs of students. And again, giving that back to the OLT at that school to really determine, knowing that the minimum is we can be required to come in person, letting that OLT decide when and how that happens, right? Both within the 40-hour work week and also the 22.5 hours, right? Like other schools do.
Yep.
Did you want to add to that, Kayla?
Nope, it wasn't working when I talked.
Okay. 'And then finally, 23.1.4 is really about class size and teacher load. And due to the nature of remote learning and scheduling needs, staff may have more than 30 students in a given section while still meeting the 150 student capacities outlined in the contract. Some course sections may be smaller than others, depending on scheduling needs for students and course offerings determined via the collaborative process and committee. So again, saying the 150 still applies, but knowing that a school like JVA or JRLP may want to offer a larger number of students in a section in order to offer a smaller section of a course offering that's important to that school. Kayla, what would you add to that piece?
Yeah, I mean, exactly what you said, Mike. I think in addition to that would be both JVA and JRLP often take students as one-offs for part-time reasons. And so they're primarily enrolled in a brick and mortar, but they come to JVA or JRLP for 1 or 2 classes. And what that does is it puts that 30 student language it stretches that, right? Because we need to have our full-time students in those classes, but then if we have a part-time student, sometimes we're not able to accommodate because of that language. None of our teachers at JRLP are at 150, but quite a few of our courses our grade levels are closed for enrollment because their courses are at 30. With the exception of, I would say, potentially ELA, they've all agreed to max out. They're like, no, we'll take more, because they know they can manage it in a remote environment. It's the behavior management and that sort of thing is a little bit different in a remote environment. I say ELA as an exception because they have so much more to grade. Mm-hmm. So that 30 student max in theirs is pretty typical. But it's just created some capacity issues at JVA and JRLP with the 30 student language because really we want it to be 150. we want to try to figure that out.
Thank you. And finally, you'll see the article regarding homebound instruction. We thought it might be more appropriate to move that language to Article 8 rather than have it be part of remote virtual instruction article.
Right? We thought that 7 pages of Article 8 wasn't enough, and we wanted to increase it to 9 pages. Because why not?
And Amanda's checking with Matt Cormier.
Well, actually, we just wanted to make our article really short.
Yeah.
Shortest article in the history of the CEA.
And I think you're checking with Matt Cormier too, and there might be other departments that have remote learning or virtual instruction that we may need to consider, again, in terms of as we think about the final language.
Right, with the homebound article, there are a few processes in there that we don't use anymore. Specifically, homebound isn't necessarily taken care of through the district anymore. It might be taken care of by each individual school. And so we want to clarify some of that language and potentially put it into an article that makes more sense. Or if we want to leave it here, we're going to need to retitle the article because homebound is not always delivered virtually. What questions do you have?
All right, so if anyone has questions, and before that, I would like to mirror what Mike said and thank you very much for the perspective you give and all the time that you've given towards the kids at your school and having them be successful and making this sense of community. So with that, does anyone have any questions? Oh, and yeah, we should. Okay, Richard.
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much for coming up and presenting. I had a question surrounding 2314, the class size and teacher load. Maybe I was just, I don't live in your world, right? So I'm in the classroom. I'm just trying to gain an understanding. So I am an ELA teacher and I have 30 students. What does that look like if I'm going to get more than 30 students? Like, what does that process look like? Maybe you already said that and I just missed it because I was looking over the language. But what does that discussion look like? And then also my follow-up question to that is, what if I say no?
Yeah. So currently what our process has looked like is pulling together. So say a student wants to come in for either full-time or part-time, that would push a capacity over 30 in a course. And this has happened quite a few times, especially in our middle school this year. And basically what we do is we come together and we talk as a whole group. What are the needs in that group? What are the student needs? What are the barriers maybe to asking something like this? What are the potentials? What benefits would this have on the greater school versus the individual classroom and vice versa? And then typically we ask them to go think about their response, and then they reply to Melissa and myself of how they're feeling. We usually get a pretty lengthy email response, or sometimes we just get a yep, let them come. And we have had situations where a science teacher and an ELA teacher have said, this is not a good fit. This class I'm already over on IEPs, or I'm already struggling with this, and it's just not a good place to add another student. And we've said, thank you for your input. And we've either had to tell the student they can't come, or we figured out other creative scheduling options to support the transfer.
Right, Dale. So Dale.
I have a couple of things. Maybe I missed it or I didn't hear it. I noticed all of the proposals that we made to give the JVA and JLRP additional money for additional students has been struck out. So I'm just curious why that is. I'm also, do most of the teachers that teach at these two schools, do they live within the metro area or in Jefferson County, or are there some of them that live quite a ways away that just teach remotely online, but they live quite a ways away? And if they do live quite a ways away, are they then required to come in for staff meetings or to take the TLCC or anything like that?
So I'll let Mike answer the part about the struck out for the budget piece. As far as where our staff lives, they all have to have a Colorado residency. They also know that they're being employed by Jefferson County. We do have one teacher who moved out of the area after was hired with the Jeffco. Actually, there have been two that have moved out of Jeffco once they were hired with JRLP, but we do have a couple that live pretty far away. We have one that lives in Carbondale, which is, between Aspen and Glenwood. And then we have one that lives in, is it Erie? Is that where she lives? In Erie. And so what's been helpful, I think, to them is that we map out those in-person dates from August. So they're able to know all year long exactly when those dates are. Our links days, our Wednesdays, are also pretty flexible days. Those are the days students have clubs and interventions and extensions. We use responsive scheduling at the secondary level on those days. So sometimes teachers will say, well, our morning ends at 11:40 and I need to be at the building by 1 o'clock. So I'm going to, shorten my intervention group. And let me just back up. We only meet once a month as a staff in person. So that might affect that final block of their morning, by 20 or 30 minutes. But quite a few of our staff members who live far away, they just come work at the building for the day. They know that once a month, they have to be there at 1 p.m. They don't want to be driving during their lunchtime or what have you. And so they drive to JRLP in the morning. They spend the day there.
Thank you, Kayla. I think another important point around that is, and that's why we built in the flexibility of the language, where it talked about how previously JRLP was synchronous, and sometimes they need the flexibility to be asynchronous, right? And sometimes they need the flexibility to be hybrid, right? So the budget strikeouts, where we really felt like the budgetary process didn't really belong in the collective bargaining agreement. Really thinking about the modified SBP structure for both of these schools. We talked a little bit about it at a previous meeting, but they follow. So again, instead of being more fluctuating to SBB in enrollment, as their enrollment goes up, their funded account goes up, right? Or vice versa, it goes down. Modified SBB is really about what are the dollars that you need as a school to meet your model, right? So that's true for JVA and for JRLP. So this is the time of year, or last month was the time of year where we meet with those principals. Warren Tech's under that same principle, or under the same modified SBB, to say, what do you want to start? What do you want to stop? Or what do you want to continue, right? So that's how we budget for those schools. So thinking about if there's something that JRLP wants to start, possibly it's to fund more 0.17s to be able to be more flexible to an influx of enrollment, then that's a proposal that they make in the budgeting process for the start, stop, continue process. And then in the fall, if there were budgetary requests, they would go to Dave Weiss in terms of the emergency budget assistance to say, hey, we've got this unexpected budgetary need at any one of our schools. That comes to our office and gets prioritized accordingly. So it didn't really line up with how we budget for schools.
Another factor in that is when we administratively transfer students, that money has already been given to someone else in their budget. So if Arvada High School has a student that transfers to JVA in January, whether that is due to a disciplinary transfer or because that student all of a sudden has come down with some kind of health issue and needs to be virtual, that money would have to come from Arvada High School. We don't have additional funding that gets given to us from the state for students who transfer in and out of schools. And so I'm going to guess that that Caroline wouldn't want that money moved because she's already spent it on a teacher who now has 149 students instead of 150 students. And yet now Kayla or Stephanie need to educate a new student. And so this modified SBB is the way in which we fund our unique programs as well as our AECs, alternative education campuses, to be able to serve our students who are often the most at risk.
And again, I would say we encourage our principals, along with community superintendents and budget analysts, to really look at the model, and if an additional funding is needed, to build that into a request in the start, stop, continue process, so that that can be funded or not, right? But it has a process where all those requests go to cabinet.
And I'll just add that although, yes, the admin transfer process is unique, maybe the scope of it is unique to our schools in the remote environment. The budget process and the restraints or the constraints and the creativity and all of that goes into that budgeting process, I think is similar across schools. So every school has challenges with budget and every school has opportunities. That just happens to highlight one of our challenges, but there is, as Mike mentioned, a way to work through that.
And I think it's important to note you were on SBB.
Yes.
This fiscal year. We've moved them to modified SBB to better stabilize the model of JRLP.
Okay, Christine.
Hi. Every school super does have challenges. Definitely agree. That's why, as my colleague Lisa says, SBB would probably be a great model if we were all fully funded, which we have not been for over a decade. Not things you don't know. I do want to clarify that the topics that we brought were obviously brought for membership. Not all of membership agrees on things ever. And so we bring what rises to the top in the majorities. So that's why we brought those issues. I do have some questions. You said that there's folks that have over 30 students right now. How are they doing?
I mean, I would say our middle school team is a pretty rockin' team. So I can't speak for them as far as how they're doing, but we have a very open communication and collaborative relationship with them. And when they are struggling, they let us know. And we haven't heard that, that they're in too deep.
And what, like you said, when they're struggling, they let us know, like what additional supports have they asked for or might they need?
Sure. So for instance, we have an ELA class that is pretty high with their IEP caseload. We've given them a paraprofessional that's a 2590 in that classroom. She co-plans and helps support that room. So that's one example, but it's a lot of times it's para support. Sometimes it's co-teacher support. So our learning specialists, we have 5 learning specialists in our school, and they co-teach. So they use a co-teaching model. So there have been cases where teachers have advocated for a co-teacher to support that in their classroom, or a gen ed para sometimes. The SEL supports, so we have a really strong CEL team through our CEL, and our counselors, and our DTL here is actually going to school and interning to be a counselor, and so they support as well. We have kind of chats set up where teachers can request supports in the moment. So things like that. But if it rises to the level of like, this is too much for me, they come and talk to Melissa and myself and we figure out scheduling changes.
And do you feel like you have enough? Like you named a bunch of stuff. That's great. Are you always able to move stuff and accommodate when there's too many? I don't want to say too many. There's a lot of kids in a class.
I wouldn't say always. I would never say always. But we do our best to make it work, and I'm sure any school would say the same thing, but there's never an always.
And then you said some teachers don't live in Jeffco; they travel in, and usually they'll just come work the whole day from the building. I think the concern is that teachers stop teaching at 12:30, and then the staff meeting is at 1. So many teachers would have to come in and work from the building. Is there enough room in the building for all the teachers to teach from there?
Definitely. And actually the morning ends at 11:40. So they have between 11:40 and 1 o'clock. Honestly, nobody's ever late. It's not like we're being crazy about them being on time. They're there on time. We also have like a community time when we start, to try to kind of help build community. And our committees bring food, sponsor food to that piece. So many times that's where I've eaten lunch, because that's, the OLT has brought food or whatever. So that's also an opportunity for any of the staff.
Yeah, I just think some people do stop at 12.
Oh, and we have workstations set up throughout the school. So
yeah, just the some people that do stop at 12:30 are driving, so they're not getting a duty-free lunch because they have to commute in. Because I think the understanding is that there's not space for everyone. I don't go to your building.
Yeah, so that was what I'm sorry about that. So that's what I was mentioning earlier to Dale, who asked a question. Oftentimes, so the once a month that they do have to drive into the building, they will end that section, that links session C that they're in, a little bit early. And so again, then going back to what Mike said, offering some asynchronous during that time or giving kids some independent work time. To be able to log off a little bit early. And that doesn't just happen during staff meetings. Staff use that quite often when they need it.
Do you have any more questions, Christine? Or right, Anthea?
First off, thank you for the perspectives of just like parents and students. And so I think it's great that there's some opportunities for us to look through your presentation as we navigate a response to your rebuttal, right? First question I guess I have, and if COVID's taught us anything, like there are so many ways to participate. And so I'm just wondering, like, what is the problem or issue if someone is not able to be there that one day in person, because obviously like remote is an option. I mean, we've had staff members who are sick and they need to come to like a staff meeting. That's very important. And they've, joined in remotely. So I'm just like trying to navigate that as we look at that piece of language from your response. And then also I heard you talk about how you navigate the piece if there are classes who are more impacted or who are above that 30. And I heard you say learning specialists are an option. And obviously, after hearing the stories today with the unique challenges our special education providers face, how does that look if like they are adding another layer, right? Another co-teaching piece to their workload? Like how does, just how do you navigate that in terms of trying to make sure that we're not overloading people with a student who might come in and change the dynamics of a classroom?
For sure, that's a really good question. So I'll go back to the question about in person and offering something remote to a staff member is what I'm assuming, right? Okay. So our collaborative committee last year decided that because of low attendance at in-person staff meetings, that we were going to require attendance at in-person staff meetings. That was done through our collaborative committee. We would definitely readdress all of those policies with our OLT this year to move into next year. So I think that the policy language that Mike and I rewrote just gives OLT that autonomy or that collaborative process to be able to determine what that looks like. So how we're operating this year is based off of what our collaborative committee decided last year. And that was really that if you're not able to be there, then you're not able to be there. And we do have one staff member that's has an ADA accommodation, and so she remotes into everything that we do. And similarly, like with students who, have health issues or things that they can't attend. So definitely we've heard that from our staff and staff that struggle getting there, or it's really not even the staff that are far away that say these things. It's staff that are sick that don't want to miss out on anything. And it's that balance between, yeah, we don't want you to miss out, but we also want you to take care of yourself. And I don't want to rule, well, again, I'd work with my OLT to build this, but I wouldn't want a rule that says you have to be at staff meetings even when you're sick. So it's a delicate balance, right? But I would work with my OLT this year to determine what those rules were for next year. As far as learning specialists and supports in classrooms, really, again, that's team decided. We have a pretty strong, all of our teams, but our special education team is really strong. We have a great AD who comes in and supports that collaborative process. So basically, if a need, say, I'm going to go back to the ELA 7 example. If a need arose there and our learning specialist was overly loaded in other co-tots or other study skills classes or what have you, we would look at student need. Where's the most need? What is the data telling us? Where do kids need the most support? Where are they getting the least support versus the most support? And is it needed more like in the social studies class that I'm co-teaching, or is it needed more in the ELA class where students are really struggling with writing and reading? So we just look at stuff like data, and then as a SPED team, they decide, hey, yeah, we can meet this need that this class needs. I'm going to have to give up this other piece, and we'll support that teacher in that process of releasing back to them. So, you know, that's just one example, but that's something that we would do. Did that answer your question? Okay. Oh, sure.
I think another point, Kayla, that you and I have run across is you think about that 150. Having that 150 has been really key as we look at the choice enrollment wait list for JRLP, and being able to get students into JRLP beyond that choke point of 30 per section, because ELA might have 30, but the other sections are open. And if we could navigate the over 30 for ELA, it opens the doors to bring more students into JRLP and continue to offer that important choice to our families.
I'll just clarify quickly too that we don't ever put our teachers in a position where we would take in students, have classes overloaded, and then say, what do we do now, right? So it's not like we're in that position where we would have like a shortage of resources, if that makes sense. It's a pre-collaborative opportunity to say we have this enrollment request. You're at 30 and whatever that might look like. So how might we problem solve? How is your class going? All of those good things to hear from the teachers. And in one case, similar to Kayla's example about the co-taught piece, it actually, our learning specialist at the middle school level and our ELA teacher collaborated together. They asked if they could combine a 6th and 7th grade class and shift some kids, which actually made the other 6th grade class a little more manageable. So it did not ever add a prep or an extra section to anybody's course load. It helped to move student needs around that then helped them feel more effective with co-teaching and get a little bit creative. So I just wanted to clarify that too. And you know, that it's not like we're over planning and then saying, okay, where do we find resources? It's like, where are we at? And then how might we problem solve? We tapped into some of our paras at the elementary level who were interested in secondary and looked at them as a K-12 scope. So when teachers said, hey, I would love to take more students in middle school, but I would love to have an extra adult. We said, okay, what are our 4th grade team paras or 4th 5 team paras doing? What are our 2-3 team paras doing? So we can kind of move those schedules around and see how that support can fit into the class before we take a student. Once we had the support outlined, then we welcomed the student. So just wanted to clarify that process too.
Michelle.
Okay. I think it's on. All right. Thank you guys for being here to share those perspectives with us. And again, it's late and it's been a long day, so it might be that my brain is not processing, but I just had 2 clarifying questions I wanted to ask, maybe 3 actually. So sorry. So in terms of this once a month meeting that people come in for, what determines that it's once a month? Why once a month?
Well, our staff did not like the idea of weekly staff meetings. And so we did a lot of conversation and work with our collaborative committee over the past 2 years of what would that look like to not have a weekly staff meeting. And so we talked about putting things that could be in an email in a staff newsletter. And so we do a weekly staff newsletter where people would get information. But then we were like, what are we going to do with this PD? Like, what we need time to learn and grow and collaborate. And so people in our collaborative committee were like, that hour or that 45 minutes just is never enough. So what if we did like a whole afternoon? And we just said once a month for a whole afternoon, we came together and we could learn and grow and collaborate. So that's how that came about.
Okay, that helps. And then if there were changes to be made to that, what process would be used? Would you use your OLT?
Now we would use our, yes.
Okay.
Starting this year, so that collaborative committee before, we had 5 committees before, we still do actually. And our committee chairs were a part of that like collaborative decision-making team.
And then you said that for ADA accommodations or for perhaps if somebody was sick, they can remote into those meetings when necessary.
Yes.
So that's still an option.
Yes.
Okay. And then the other question I had was about the money piece, because again, I'm just not clear on this. So the modified SBB, so it sounds like the JRLP just started using that this year?
Correct. So last year, this year, they were on SBB, right? So they were, what was your SBB funded count? Do you remember?
462.
462. So then in October, it's corrected to whatever they were in October.
Oh, sorry, 750. Our funded count was 750.
750.
Our October count was 462.
Oh, got it. Okay. So then, so you see a big drop there, right? Mm-hmm. And then after October, their enrollment starts going up because everybody now needs JRLP, right? So that's why that whole influx right there that Kayla just described of we thought their projection was going to be here in the spring. And then in October, it came in here. And then it starts going back up after October. So that's exactly the reason that we said we need to determine what is the right modeling for JRLP and then fund the model. So that's the difference between SBB and modified SBB. So in order to help with that, we had to provide some budget assistance to make sure that JRLP was going to be sustainable this year.
Okay, so that's something that was not done prior. That's new for this year. Okay, that's just what I was wondering. All right.
Kayla, what would you add to that? Anything?
No, I think no.
Okay.
Okay, are there any other questions? All right, well, thank you once again, all of you, for your time and spending this evening with us. So we really appreciate it.
What's your favorite bird?
Thank you. Okay, I believe next we are moving back to Richard's is going to spearhead 5. So Article 5.
Yeah, so before we begin introducing our language to Article 5, we have a few stories that we pulled and gathered from our survey that went out, and then also just from other educators here within Jeffco. Oh, you're good. You're good.
Do you want me to start while you're getting there?
We do. Thank you. Do you want to start off with the? Okay.
Jen, do you want to come up and sit at the table and join us? Yeah. Sorry about the delay, everyone. All right. So this first educator story says, the problem is there aren't enough hours in the day to even do our regular jobs, let alone find a way to implement what we learned in the PD. I would contend that there isn't any PD out there that is better, more useful, more appreciated, or that would have actual benefits to my students than time to do all the things.
Okay. Sorry. This job isn't a 40-hour-a-week job, particularly in the most impacted schools. In all of my years in education, I have yet to see a truly highly effective teacher in a Title I school who only works 40 hours. Teachers who are new to service and are hired in a Title I school need additional planning. It is difficult to retain new teachers in impacted schools. We have to partner in this work who are on hand every day to cover classes for planning, observations, collaborative MTSS work, for side-by-side coaching, for individualized PD. We literally can't do what we are capable of given our current school structures.
Less meetings. When we get more non-contact days, the meetings increase. We literally have meetings for the sake of having meetings.
Fund middle schools to have a 7-period day so that teachers can have 2 planning periods. There is a large discrepancy between schools and instructional minutes that is inequitable.
Okay. More time for planning and grading every day by reducing student contact daily, either by reducing the student day or by adding many more teachers. We have to get over this idea that 45 minutes a day of planning is enough, and we have to get over the societal expectations that teachers do all planning and grading at home outside of their 40 hours. No other country in the world asks teachers to be in front of students for more than 50 to 60% of their 40 hours. I am in front of students for 77% of my day, which includes my duty-free lunch. I have 136 students, and I am responsible for what is most often deemed as a priority subject, literacy. How am I supposed to grade essays? Clearly, the assumption is that I do that at home. I just collected 59 literary analysis. That's 9 hours of grading. Next week, I will collect 78 short stories, 9 more hours of grading. We need more time every day to work on preparing, engaging quality lessons, and providing feedback to promote student growth. I have been in the classroom for 15 years. This is a systemic, content-wide, grade-level-wide issue, and we need to work toward allowing teachers to complete work within the workday. We need to shift parent understanding to recognize that we provide education, not daycare, and that the school day for students should be reduced.
It would really help us out if everyone from the Ed Center subs at least once a month.
PLC meetings do not need to be weekly. Every other week would be best. As soon as schools figure out the PLC process, the carpet gets ripped out, and now we are internalizing lessons.
The 3 extra days we received due to the bargaining team's amazing work made a huge difference. The parent/student/teacher relationships we built during our meetings with incoming 9th graders and their families have helped us to provide individualized supports and services in ways that we have not had the time to do previously. I've had multiple families tell me how much it meant to have in-depth, in-person discussion with the learning specialist who are not only their students' case managers, but also their students' co-teachers in the Gen Ed environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Richard, because those 3 days go fast as a SPED educator. As you've already heard tonight, we've had many stories about why special education providers do not have enough time to do their jobs without having to do work outside of the 40-hour work week. IDEA requires that a significant portion of our jobs have to be performed during the student contact day, i.e. evaluations, observations, progress monitoring, service minutes, the list goes on. With surmounting caseloads and vacant positions, there are simply not enough school hours in the day to meet these demands. And so just quick side note, I met my 3 days in December and I already have met another 3 days. So I'm already at 25 hours and that is what, not even a couple months. So just giving you an idea of that. And then a story from a high school provider who could not be here because she is currently getting her master's degree. I have been working closely with my administration to improve conditions, but it would be great to have something in the contract to ensure that all SPED teachers and providers have an equal experience. I've been working on getting my admin license. Through this process, I've had the opportunity to talk to other districts and have learned a lot. It is different everywhere. In my school, we co-teach math and English, instruct ACE along with having a duty. Our day is lined up just like the gen ed teachers, where we get one planning period. In that planning period, we are supposed to plan for ACE, meet with co-teachers, case manage, test students, manage probes, help grade, meet with students who are not in anyone's class, and whatever else may come up. I have a great relationship with my co-teacher, but not every SPED teacher does, which can impact them having time to complete testing, meeting with the student, or completing any other aspect of IDEA. Next year, we plan to eliminate the co-teaching model, which will remedy this problem, but it is not in writing, which doesn't alleviate this workload at all schools. Unfortunately, our pay is lower than the surrounding districts, over $1,000 less to come here. We are not attracting quality staff for that reason. We've had job openings almost every year and are lucky to have 1 or 2 candidates. If we had a variety of quality candidates, our workload would be less taxing and I wouldn't have to spend time training new people every single year. We've had 2 people from Denver who lost money to come to Jeffco and are surprised at the lack of resources our district has. In Denver, they have state-of-the-art technology, mental health supports in each building, significantly smaller caseloads, 1 reported less than 20, and 2 periods off for planning and case management. Why would they come here? Most importantly, I would love to be able to go home and just be a mom. At home, I feel divided because there are chores and children's activities, but also there's a never-ending pile of schoolwork. Our work is important. Our students are important. We should be able to do our jobs with fidelity rather than having to give up our home lives and mental well-being to ensure our jobs get done. And then
Jennifer Anglis, again, learning specialist at Ralston Valley High School. In addition to the caseload of students I manage, I teach a study skills class and co-teach 3 other courses with 4 different teachers. My planning time is insufficient to manage the tasks required by the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, let alone complete instructional planning. A complicating factor is that many IDEA tasks can only be performed during the student contact day. For example, assessment for an evaluation, progress monitoring, classroom observations, and transition planning. At my school, IEP meetings also need to be held within the student contact day. Report writing and most of my planning happen after school. Most weeks, I am on campus working for about 50 hours. Even with the additional hours that I put in each week, I still can't get everything done without sacrificing something else. My co-teachers bear the brunt of this sacrifice. I am unable to regularly co-plan with them. Sometimes I even need to leave a co-taught class in order to fulfill my IDEA obligations, particularly when there are many evaluations going on at the same time. I recognize that few teachers would say that they have enough planning time. Learning specialists have the added pressure of many duties that cannot simply be shifted to non-contact time or postponed. We need more time within the student contact day in order to meet our IDEA obligations and to provide our students with the services and high-quality instruction to which they are entitled.
All right, so here are our interests. We have an interest that Jeffco students get a world-class education and their educators have the time to plan extraordinary student experiences. We have an interest that teachers are given sufficient time to implement their curriculum. We have an interest that educators do not burn out and leave the profession due to being overwhelmed by the required class, planning, grading, and meeting times.
And then we have an interest in ensuring special education teachers and service providers have the time to prepare for their students, classes, and families while meeting IDEA requirements.
Let me just merge this just a little bit more. All right, here we go. So we agreed up here in 5.1 to some commas. So that's always good. Yeah. All right. I like that. So we also agreed in 5.3 with establishing schedules. The OOT must ground all decisions in research-based ideas focused on increasing student academic success. While following district guideline policies, we also agreed to that a school may consider ideas such as, but not limited to, modified contact days and varied scheduling. That was struck. Schedule must must align with the academic year and schedule developed and publicly released by the district. Then we also added right here 5.3.1.2. The student day at elementary schools will not exceed 6 hours and 50 minutes, and the student day at middle schools will not exceed 7 hours. We heard from pretty much all the middle schools in the South are 15 minutes. Their school day is 15 minutes longer than the rest of the district. And you add up that 15 minutes and it equals out to 6 extra instructional days that they're not also being compensated for. I want to add also another tidbit that there is a school where the administrator is toying with the idea, or not just, this was discussed, that they were going to start their school days with different class periods beginning at like one day they start with first period, the next day they start with second period, because parents are pulling their kids at the end of the day for sports activities or for medical reasons, because they, at the end of the day, so their sixth period, like nobody's there and there's no students. There's a lot of students being pulled out of their sixth period is what I'm trying to say. 5.3.2. Agreed to, if a licensed professional and their supervisor mutually agree that the educator will work beyond the 185 days, the educator will earn the per diem rate of the per diem rate of their salary. Secondary counts, 5.3.2.1. Secondary counselors, SPED educators, and social emotional learning specialists will work 195 days per year unless the educator and immediate supervisor mutually agree to a different schedule, and will be paid at the per diem rate for any days worked over 195. 5.3.2.2. Digital teacher librarians will work 191 days per year unless the teacher librarian and immediate supervisor mutually agree upon the schedule, and will be paid at the per diem rate over the 191. TOSA's this 5323. Yes.
Okay, after a lot of conversation with nurses and coaches and TOSAs, we have a new language here strictly for TOSAs. TOSA positions will have the required number of contract days included as part of their job description. Normally in the contract, if you're more than the standard 185 days, that's actually spelled out in the contract. We're learning that TOSAs are asked to work a variety of number of days, and that's not written down anywhere. We're not aware of who does what. So we simply want that to be part of their job description, and that the district will provide JCEA a list of those positions annually. The additional required days over 185 will be paid at the per diem rate. So it might be 5 days, it might be 10 days. It depends on the TOSA position. TOSAs may agree, upon request of an authorized administrator, to work additional days over their job's required number. So let's say they're a 195 contract day and they're needed to work 200 days that year. So they can agree to do that, and they can choose to have those additional days either pay their per diem or offset with days added to their leave balance. What's happening now is they have trade days, but frequently TOSAs end up not getting those days. They're all the same days for all the TOSAs, and it may be that in my particular program, the day that was agreed to as a trade day doesn't work for me, and I need to work that day. So many TOSAs are telling us they're working during the trade days because they choose that. They know that they have work that's important, and so they give those up. So we think we need a different system. Okay, that was it on TOSAs.
Here is 5325. This is where instructional coaches may agree to work up to an additional 6 days per year immediately before and after the school year at the per diem rate by the district, not from SBB. The schedule of additional days will be mutually agreed to by the instructional coach and their immediate supervisor. Any other additional days beyond the 6 will be optional, and if agreed to by both parties, will be paid at the hourly rate by the district, not from SBB. Instructional coaches will not work a day during summer break for a day off during the school year. And then we reference 8454, 5326. Any other changes to the common district educator calendar, either additional days or a different schedule for the 185 days, must be determined with the involvement of the JCE president or designee and the educators involved. Read to this, and then we added down here at the bottom of 533. Educators that are assigned in one or more location will divide up their 22.5 hours based on their job assignment and develop schedules for their 22.5 hours to be shared with their immediate supervisors. Read to struck out 10 and then went to 12. Do that. There will be a minimum of the not contact days that will be used for educator-directed professional activities, educator-directed plan time. We added that. Of the scheduled non-contact days, 5 days will be scheduled before the start of the school year, and at the least 2 days immediately after winter break in January. The thinking behind that is that the district gets their one, and then they would divide up the 4 days, half and half days, however they wanted, between the school building and the staff PD in the morning, and then teacher directed time in the afternoon for those 4 days. We agreed to this. At least 75% of that time, the individual days will be reserved for individual educator directed activities. That's 75%, or 75% of the professional learning on those days would be teacher directed. 5342, there will be a district-wide weekly 2-hour release that will be used for a collaborative committee meetings, team planning, such as PLCs, and at least 1 hour for individual plan time. The schedule within the early release hours will be scheduled by the OLT to limit impact on families. Buses will be provided for students during the school day's early release time, as well as extended after school care. 535, educators will have a minimum of 30 minutes for a duty-free lunch. 536, at least 285 minutes of each week will be allocated by OLT of uninterrupted planning time each week. This time will be a minimum of 30-minute blocks within the student day. SPED educators will receive at least 325 minutes each week allocated by OLT, uninterrupted individually directed planning time each week in no less than 45-minute blocks. Then we added here at the end, every effort will be made to ensure educators receive planning time every day. 5361, we added here with collaborative planning time that just added here, collaborative planning time is essential to a well-planned responsive instruction. Agreed here, agreed to this language. 538, time before and after the student day, educators are not required to supervise students except for arrival and departure processes. Schools will make every effort to schedule IEP meetings within the work week. Read here, 539, agreed. Agreed. Right down here, such schedules will have a fair rotation of guest, educator, and para coverage. The schedule must not give double duty coverage to a specific group of educators, such as DTLs, SPED, AMP, mental health staff, etc. 5311, to alleviate the guest teacher shortage and to provide a first-hand experience of current teaching and learning conditions, all administrators at the district level who have ever worked in a school as an educator or building administrator will guest teach 1 day per month. 532, educators must travel within the workday and will be scheduled with adequate time for travel, time for setup and cleanup, a duty-free lunch, and planning time. All appropriate incurred mileage for traveling educators will be paid to educators from the district allocated mileage funds. And thank you for allowing me to present that.
Okay, so does anyone have any clarifying or other questions? Amanda.
Just one quick question, contradiction. In Article 5, it states that instructional coaches may agree to work 6 additional days, and in 8 it says they will work. So just a thought.
I need to fix that.
Yeah. I would assume that you'd prefer that it says will work rather than, I'm guessing you'd rather say 191. Okay. Based on the presentation this evening, that's what I would assume. Thank you. No worries.
Okay, any other questions at this point? Oh, okay, Steve.
Thank you. I had a question regarding 5-3-1-2. The student day at elementary school will not exceed 6 hours and 50 minutes, and the student day at middle schools will not exceed 7 hours. Just on the chance that the state changes the required hours that students need to attend school, how would you suppose that we fix that? Additional days?
Thank you, then.
I think we'd have to meet and discuss it. It's elementary schools are far exceed the number of required instructional minutes. And the issue at middle schools is those schools in the South that have the 7 hour and 15 minutes. And a lot of this is simply that there's not enough time with students gone for the adults in the building to do the work that they need to do. High schools are different because they can manipulate their schedule more easily, but middle schools and elementary schools cannot.
Do we know why those schools in the South have the extra 15 minutes?
I assume it's
I'm just not.
transportation because the tail always wags the dog.
I would assume the same thing. There's 5 middle schools out of 17, maybe 18, that have a 7-hour, 15-minute day. And it's Bear Creek and Chatfield.
Yeah, and I'd like to add, in terms
Dakota
of the
Ridge.
first question, we have met here before when there have been changes in the state law to just align the contract to the state law. So I think, then we do that here.
So this language is being, if I may, this language is being proposed then just for the consistency throughout the district. Is that more of what we're looking for?
And have consistent time in buildings for the adults to do the work that they need to do when students aren't there. We have a few elementary schools that have a 7-hour day, which means they have like 30 minutes before and after school, which is hardly time to really dig into what they need to dig into. And that's also obviously why we proposed the early release once a week. We couldn't come up with any way to significantly increase elementary, especially planning time, that didn't cost a heck of a lot of money. And so that was really the only solution that we can see. And I do want to say historically, we've talked about this for a long time. We even had a community group talking about an early release or late start several years ago. And that's when Jason Glass was here as superintendent. And that was right before COVID. And I don't know if COVID had anything to do with that, but anyway, it never got off the ground.
Thank you. And I did have one more question. It was on 5-3-2-3, proposing that when, let me just make sure I get this right, TOSAs work additional days, that they could have that added to their leave balance. Which leave balance would that be? What are we proposing there? Sick or
Well, it would be like a personal. It would be like a personal day. I mean, the trade days are supposed to be like personal days. We just feel like it's not working, as I said, that for various reasons.
And I was just curious if it was sick or personal. Thank you.
Okay, is it Mike or Beth? Mike? Okay, Mike. What's Beth's card?
Thank you, Beth.
That's one of the elephants I failed to mention. We may have
Hey,
two.
Mike better not have gotten a sticker.
I did not get a sticker. I did not. I was thinking about putting my flashlight up on my phone to see if I could get the floor, but I just want to clarify the time in the South in terms of, Richard, the math you were doing. It's not any additional days. Again, just keeping in mind that we're not asking people to work additional time. The educators in the South still have a 40-hour work week. It's just, to Lisa's point, less time that they have that's self-directed, right? It's 15 minutes more with students every day, but still a 40-hour work week.
So if you put all of those 45 minutes over the course of a year, though, it adds up to 6 extra days of instructional time in front of students that you don't have for planning, for PLCs, for other things that our teachers need to do, our educators need to do. So that's the discrepancy.
Understood. Yep.
And I wanted to also respond to Steve's query about the early release, I believe, and just some context, because not everybody, because I think this has come up 2 or 3 years in a row now, but the reason why the early release is opposed to the late start, and this came up in our discussion, and somebody, if you want to jump in, you can, that part of the reason was it's better for our Title I students to have the early release as opposed to the late start. There's more a likelihood that they will, and Kendra, I don't know if you want to speak to this, that we want to make sure that they are getting to school on those days. And it's also less disruptive for our special ed students, that schedule was less disruptive.
I'm sorry. When did I ask that question?
Oh, maybe it was Lisa. Sorry. But I was just sorry. I'm providing historical perspective to somebody. I don't know. It was in there somewhere. And there was and also just historical perspective as well. This is something that we did used to do many years ago. So this is not something that's completely out of the blue. I know our elementary schools used to do early releases on a more frequent basis, and that did give them the more planned time. So that's just some historical perspective for that change. Okay.
Okay, Richard.
I also wanted to share with the 5321 again, that there is an educator in this district who, because of the conflicting times with elementary, and then he also has a middle school student and is also a teacher, he has to leave school during his planned period to go pick up his child from elementary. This is during his planned period. Drive there, pick up his child for elementary, and then drive his child to daycare, drop the child off, and then come back to school to teach his last and final section of the day. So the longer days impact that child care. And I asked him, well, what happens if you get into traffic? He's like, well, I have to train my students to, if I'm not there, start doing the warm up. And then I'm like, that's, it's just a lot of things that could happen in that time period.
Okay, Deanne.
I would like some clarification on 5-3-6-1. Richard, I don't know if I just missed it because I'm getting tired, but at the end of that, there's you guys struck out required building meetings should be scheduled within the 40-hour work week and should not impact individual directed planning time. Can someone just explain that to me a little bit?
I think it's in a different location.
Oh.
I think it's just in a different spot.
Oh, it's just in a different spot.
I'm pretty sure it was intended that way.
We definitely wouldn't agree to more meetings.
I was like, I don't know what's wrong with that.
Let the record reflect that. Deal with more meetings.
Yeah, it's up in the first part of 5361. It's up at the top of that section, and so it was kind of we crossed out at the bottom because it was repeated somehow. I don't know how it was repeated, but when you start getting these cross outs and you got blue words and yellow words and red words and black words and
Okay.
I don't know what's happening.
Are you good, Deanne, or do you have further questions?
Oh, yes, I'm good.
Okay, Mike.
I think my question is around 5325 when you start talking about instructional coaches and when we start talking trade days, which I think people were calling comp days earlier, right? I noticed in instructional coaches, unlike the TOSAs, you don't give the option to have that added to their their leave time, right? And so I think to Steve's question, if that's a practice we'd want to put in the collective bargaining agreement, how could we make sure that that's similar?
Well, right? And I think one of the challenges when you have librarians working on their stuff, and you have different solutions from different groups, so we may need to do some standardizing here. But as Amanda pointed out, this is really in conflict with what they put forward for 8. So I think this language needs to be changed that they will work 6 extra days like a librarian. And then if there's days over those 6, they were being generous in my mind and saying, we'll work for the $30 an hour. But what I would say is they should be working for their per diem, or if they so choose, do what the TOSAs did. Because what the instructional coaches are saying is that they feel like they need to be there a few days after school's out, a few days before teachers arrive, but they're frequently also asked to come to leadership kickoff with their principals in July. And so that would be that additional time that wouldn't be part of their 6 days.
That makes sense.
So we need to compensate them for that time somehow, either a pay or days added to their leave, what have you.
And I understand oftentimes coaches, learning specialists talked about that earlier too, not being the best at using those comp days, trade days. So I'm wondering from a district side, is there a way we can capture that within the leave system, and not even as necessarily a personal day, but a comp day, a vacation day, because what we're talking about is you had a day of your summer vacation that you gave up, and now it doesn't really fall in the personal leave category necessarily, or the sick leave, but it's truly a comp day.
Well, and one
How
of
do
the
we capture it
TOSAs,
so it's not lost?
one of the TOSAs actually sent me an email and pointed out that when we come in over the summer, we're giving up a week, 2 weeks of our summer. I've got to pay for childcare. I've got, it's a lot. And then to have these random days that I may make up for some of this that I half the time don't get to take. So it's
about choice and capturing it correctly. And
yes,
sure that it's honored.
and some of these people, some of the TOSAs are required to work extra days, which is fine. We just need to have it a little more systematic so that we as an association know which job titles have those required extra days. Because frankly, in talking to our TOSAs for this language this year, I learned a lot and didn't know. And I think different departments do it differently. So that's why we just need some communication about here's the jobs that need 5 extra days. Here's the one that need 10 extra days and that kind of thing.
Okay, Amanda.
I have 2 questions, and I seem to have lost the language I had the first question on. It has escaped me completely, but it was important because I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it. I know this is what happens.
Do you want Richard to?
I was gonna say I can jump in. I had to.
Sure.
Okay, Richard. Quick substitute.
So I want to just echo what Lisa was saying. I learned so much about instructional coaches by working with instructional coaches. And there were countless times where I was like, oh no, we got to go do this. And they were just like, well, no. We're trying to work collaboratively. And when I let them have their way with this language, you need to know that they are instructional coaches are leaders in a school building. So they are willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that they both sides are being, and I think that's where the hourly rate came from. I asked about this, just the other night when we were going over our final language, and that's what they want. But I think it's coming from the place of we're doing our part by not impacting, let's just say, maybe they're thinking the pockets of the Jeffco school community. So.
Great, Steve.
Thank you, Rob. My question's on 533, and I think it's a relatively simple thing to clarify, but I just want to make sure. The 22.5 hours being based on their job assignment, that'd be proportionate. So if they're 50-50, it would be 50-50 with the hours, 60-40 would be divided 60-40. Is that kind of what we're looking at?
Yeah, so what happens is both principals want 22 hours.
Right. Oh, right.
So we just want to clarify that they need to be,
And I just wanted to make sure that the based on their job assignment was proportionate.
Right, right.
Okay.
Found it.
You found it?
Yes.
Okay, Amanda.
In 5321, can you just clarify the special educators, which special educators that includes? Because as you know, special educators have a lot of different job codes. So of those who would work 195 days, I'm assuming you mean learning specialists, mental health providers.
All of them?
SLPs, OTs.
I mean, I think that they all have caseload work to do before students arrive to prepare and work at the end of the school year to wrap up and probably get ready for the following school year. And then what happens now is that, they show up when everyone else does. They have many different or additional tasks that they have to do in addition to preparing or getting groups ready or their schedule, what have you. But they often have to go to the same meetings and trainings and things that the teachers have to go to, so they don't have any additional time. So all of them.
Okay, thank you. I need to cost that out, and I need to know if that includes all job codes so I can give HR the correct information. The second question I had is in the additional planning time, 536, 285 minutes. Does anybody have any ideas on what we could do with students for an extra 60 minutes a day of unsupervised time?
We figured, Amanda, that you were so smart, you would just figure that out.
Put them on the playground and survival of the fittest,
There you
or
go, whatever.
Like Hunger Games. Got it. Okay, just checking.
I've been reading some articles lately about how children don't have enough unstructured time with other children without helicopter adults over them, and that's part of the reason that kids they don't have the confidence and resilience and contributing to mental health issues in our students. It made sense to me.
We'll just call it free range schooling.
There you go.
Instead of free range parenting.
And I think maybe part of that was that early release, because then you'd be getting the plan time with that hour in the early release.
Got it. Thank you.
Well, also,
that's helpful.
Like not free range recess, but like you could find additional supervision for recess.
Just costs a little bit of money. Totally. You're right. Recess is good.
Okay, Jennifer.
Is this working? So in 539, you added some language about establishing a guest teacher coverage protocol, and that the schedule will have a fair rotation of guest. I'm assuming that's supposed to be guest teachers and para coverage, and the schedule must not give double duties for coverage to a specific group of educators. Can you talk a little bit more about what you mean about a fair rotation of guest educators and/or teachers?
Sometimes the people that don't have a classroom, like a classroom teacher, get used more often, and yet they have other work they need to do too. So the rotation to cover for lack of guest teachers needs to be done with that in mind, that coaches and librarians and mental health people, they've got stuff to do. But you know what? It's all going to be alleviated to a certain extent by 5-3-11.
Well, I'm going to ask a question about that too, because you know that is my team's space that we cover.
Yes.
So just to clarify, the schedule of having a fair rotation of guest teachers or educators, you're talking about in lieu of positions,
like when someone's
not
not
rotating guest teachers that have accepted jobs, but rotating
to cover for the lack of a
staff
guest teacher
inside of the building.
Yeah, we have, like at our school, we have certain periods have fewer people available.
Gotcha.
So they cycle through faster, so they might sub twice as much as people who have other hours off.
I just was making sure
And
we
that
were talking
happens.
about the guest teachers that have accepted jobs. And then my second question and or clarification about 5-3-11 is when you say experience teaching as an educator or building administrator will guest teach 1 day per month. Just as a point of clarification, not all of the folks at the district level may have current teaching licenses and therefore would not be eligible.
It's real easy to get a guest teacher license. I understand.
Right.
I
So
think
what
you
you're
only need a
suggesting
high
is
school
that
diploma.
everybody would have to get their sub authorization.
So this has been my quest for how many years have I been here now? 17, 18 years. In my old district, my superintendent subbed 1 day a month. And it was a very eye-opening experience for her. She had a lot of street credibility amongst teachers because she did that. I remember one teacher that had a kid, she was trying to get them assessed for special ed and was not having any luck. And lo and behold, one day she was out and accidentally the superintendent was her sub. That kid was on the list to be, assessed, immediately after 1 day of the superintendent being with that kid. I honestly, I feel really strongly about this. And I really want to make a case for this. I know that the people in this building work really hard and you guys have a lot to do. And I get that. But I really, truly believe that if you could just sign up for 1 day a month and say, this is my day this month, let me know where you need me. You could plan ahead And I think it would pay dividends not only to the buildings that are missing the guest teachers, but it would also be beneficial for the administrators because they've all been there, but it's been a while since some of them have been there. So, I mean, this could be my parting gift from the district as I go into retirement, is to agree to this language.
And JCA is going to pay for those sub authorizations for all of us that might need them, and just putting it out there. I'm just putting it out there.
It's got to be cost effective. Just think of now you'd all of a sudden have how many more guest teacher days per year magically appear.
Okay, Stephanie.
Thank you. I just wanted to touch on the SPED extra days for all of them too, is while the extra days before and after are important, part of it too, and there's really no easy way to capture this in language, maybe it's flex time, is there are countless IEP meetings that go long past, right? So the easiest way is you work 10 extra days in quotes. That kind of is a flexible, like, okay, maybe I worked 5 extra days already because of the extra time I had to meet or plan or be in a threat assessment or whatever else was going on. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that as well, is that those extra days aren't necessarily like 5 before and 5 after and that's it. Like, those can be navigated a little differently, just that. And then the day a month, I go to tons of schools, and while guest teacher, like teaching in the classroom, is super important, the number of schools I go into that are also having to cover for paras out, and so they're, admin is doing lunch recess or SPED or anybody else, and it has been such a continued shortage that I think a number of schools have just taken it on and now absorb it without us really realizing the impact, the daily impact, and the amount of need going on. So I just really feel that that's super important. And I know that, there's a huge, the head shed. And I think breaking down that barrier would be greatly appreciated to be there. And even if you just said, you know what, I'm going to show up at a school on my sub day, no matter what, and be there and help with radio calls and whatever, would just really speak volumes to supporting all of our educators. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, we are getting into crunch time here. So we have 2 articles left. Article 9, Jcea. Who are you doing that, Lisa?
I think it's getting late.
Do you want to hold off on that?
6 won't take very long.
Why don't we do 6?
Do 6.
And if we need to push 9.
Okay, it looks like then Article 9 will push till next week.
Christine's saying something.
I will miss you all so much because I'm going to miss the next 3 bargaining sessions. Can we please do 9?
Well, if people are willing to stay later, that's fine. Yeah, Michelle's.
May I suggest that we do 6 and then see where we're at?
I mean, we could. Literally 6 will take 5 minutes. It's not much.
Go 6.
Are people okay with 6 then first?
And we could hold 9 till you get back, Christine.
Okay, we will do 6 then and then see what the time is.
Amanda, can you link it, since we're moving it?
Before we move on, I have to say this or else I won't be able to sleep tonight. Or else I feel like I'll be like, it just came to me that learning specialists have to sign up for 8 sub times during our planned times per year. So thinking that what? We have to. They have to be. Thank you. That's what we're talking about. That learning specialists have to be in the sub rotation. At what? At some schools. Okay.
Jennifer, you want me to present it or link it or both?
Can you just share it and do the link? I moved it to the folder.
Oh, okay. I need Richard to stop sharing. Oh, okay. Or whoever is sharing.
Okay, then while you're doing that, I'll get it linked in the agenda.
Thank you.
Sure thing. Okay, so I think that there are just a few spaces left where we need to see if we can come to agreement. So we've agreed on professional learning throughout. I believe in 6, it's hard to tell again with all of the colors, but in 6.2, I think that we're in agreement with the academic leadership team. We'll collaboratively determine the topics and schedule for building-based professional learning, and will be responsible for ensuring that said professional learning occurs during the scheduled time. And that when planning for school-based professional learning, each school should have the autonomy to develop relevant and differentiated professional learning that is aligned to the school's unified improvement plan. In 6.3, we are in agreement all the way up until the last sentence that was added last week as a proposal, that state mandated training will occur during contract days. We struck that language, but are proposing, when possible, time to complete state mandated training will be identified within contract hours or as part of the additional 22.5 hours scheduled per Article 5. And then in 6.5, we struck educators will not be required to attend professional learning that is not applicable to their position, because we believe that is already captured in the language below, where it talks about educators having the ability to pursue differentiated professional learning based on their areas of need. And when possible, time to pursue these differentiated learning opportunities will be provided during scheduled building-based professional learning that is not required and or relevant to the educator's role, which we've already agreed to collaboratively. And then in 6.6, that was the last section where we had some proposed language around other relevant professional learning and about funding. So we have accepted or other, and we've changed appropriate to relevant, accepted professional learning, and accepted the language about funds, but added a little bit more to it that says funds will be distributed in accordance with this article and the guidelines established by the Professional Growth Funds Committee, to include registration fees for approved conferences and or professional learning opportunities, as well as up to 2 guest teacher days. And then a very small shift in the language about the committee. It only indicated classroom teachers, which leaves out our group of centrally based TOSAs potentially. We feel like every educator should have opportunity. So change that language to say licensed school or department educators appointed by the association. And that's all, folks.
Okay, I did have one question regarding those 22.5 hours and having training time within that. I think the language for that 22.5 hours talks about like meeting with students and parents and kind of community-oriented stuff. So would we be tweaking the definition of those 22.5 hours if you had like trainings during that time instead of like parent-teacher conferences and kind of outreach with the community?
So those are all suggestions within the Article 5 of, I think it's 5 or 10, about 22.5. Like, here are some of the examples of what could be scheduled by the OLT. But we also, if you recall, included a proposal around differentiating that time based on different educator roles.
Okay.
So potentially, for example, right now, learning specialists who didn't previously take the 45 hours of READACT training, who are beyond elementary. Beyond elementary. So the 612 didn't originally have to take it. Now they do. that could be part of that differentiated time of the 22.5 hours, knowing that they now have to take it.
Okay. All right. Any other? Oh, Dale.
So I guess I'm fine with the 22 and a half hours for training, but I do want to clarify in Article 533, it says that the 22 and a half hours per school per school year outside of the 40-hour schedule without additional compensation to enhance the school's relationship with parents, guardians, and the community to support the educational mission of the school. So, yeah, would that fit into that, Amanda? I mean, is this helping the educational process of the school?
Got it. I see what you're saying. I mean, essentially it should be, right? I mean, if it's required training around foundational literacy skills, for example, it may or may not be, depending on what the state is requiring. No offense, state. I'm sorry. I was referring to the next sentence that gives the examples, and I forgot about that sentence previously. So, so definitely something to take into consideration for that 22 and a half hours.
And I think that the sentence after it also captures it, because it says if hours remain after parent and community events are scheduled, the remaining hours may be used for other purposes to further the educational mission of the school. So I think that's in the space of, thinking about required training. That would further the educational mission of the school, right? To have folks trained the way that they need to be trained.
Christine.
I guess I also just want to point out that in 2611.1.1, it says the 22 and a half hours can also be accounted for differently for special educators, right? Like, so they go to a lot of IEP meetings that can go towards their 22 and a half, and they can be excused for other things. The 22 and a half, there's only so many. So like they'll run through that quite quickly, to the point where like they probably can't use it for PD.
You're probably right. If it's another 45-hour required training. I have been in Colorado only as an educator for 19 years, and never before has that been required. And hopefully never again will it be required. That was a lot and still is a lot. I spent an entire week in July completing that training. So I empathize, and it was a ridiculous amount of time. And here's hoping the state doesn't do that anymore.
Unfunded mandates are the best.
Love it. Right? Unfunded mandates.
Okay, at this point, we have 7 minutes left.
Christine's going to speed talk. Just kidding.
Do we want to present Article 9 or not? I don't know the ETA of how long that would take.
I'm going to propose the request to extend our meeting by just 10 minutes.
Well, if we do Article 9, I know we have stories and everything, but can we just skip the stories and just present the language? Or would that make you sad?
There's 5 stories and they're like 1 to 2 paragraphs.
It's not that long. But
it's really not.
We need to hurry. I'm falling asleep.
If anyone needs to leave now, I want to give people that opportunity to do so.
I will be leaving. I have to leave. But I also am the one that's recording.
That's okay.
So somebody else would have to take over the note taking.
Okay, are you okay if we do?
I'm just saying.
Are you okay if we present with you leaving? Okay. Then let's go ahead and, extend the meeting 10 minutes to get Article 9.
Nose goes who's taking notes.
I've got it.
Thank you. All right. So are we starting with stories and interests? Go. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't saying something we shouldn't. Okay. So this is discipline. And, we first want to acknowledge that disruptive student behavior is not just a Jeffco Schools issue, but a nationwide issue. We're also aware that it is a complex issue that is not easily solved, but we have a vested interest in Jeffco being innovative and creating solutions that support students as well as educators. The Jcea survey identified disruptive behavior as verbal defiance, such as loudly refusing to follow directives, disrespect directed towards you, such as profanity, name-calling, throwing objects, incessant talking, behavior that causes classroom evacuation, hurting others, threatening others, etc. Disruptive behaviors do not include sitting quietly and refusing to do work, sitting under a table, drawing, or not doing homework or not studying. So when we did the Jcea survey, we really wanted to make sure we had a clear, disruptive could mean a lot of different things. So we wanted to have a clear definition when we were asking what that means. Of the educators who took the survey, 59% indicated that disruptive student behavior impacts their ability to teach on a daily to weekly basis. This is up 5% from last year when we asked the same question, and we had even more respondents. So you would hope that maybe it would go down, but it went up. When we asked what could be done, we had 34 pages of stories and or possible solutions on what we could do. Besides more money and more mental health supports, the consistent theme was clear and consistent policies that are not left up to individual schools. So here are a few stories. Dale?
All right, I'm going to do page 1 of 34. No, I'm not. I'm actually going to try to condense this, and hopefully I'll still keep the spirit of what this person has to say. I think having some policies, particularly in our pre-K, pre-kindergarten through second grade students, would be beneficial. Throwing objects and having to clear the classroom due to unsafe behaviors, and the child will not leave. Having policies around that would be beneficial. I've had to physically move students in the lower grades in the past several years, and I am now starting to feel the aches and pains of it. We should not be expected to manage these behaviors while we are figuring out what interventions and strategies are the right ones for these little guys. Admin are reluctant to suspend it at this age, but there has to be some protections for teachers, support for the staff, and for the classroom environment.
Behavior referrals at the moment the student needs to be removed can be difficult. It often happens that the best way to respect the educational rights of the rest of the students is for the teacher to remain engaged with the lesson and send the misbehaving student out of the classroom. A process that allows this to happen needs to exist. When a student is sent out of the classroom, admin should respect the professional expertise of the teacher who decided removal was necessary. In such cases, the student must not be simply sent back to the classroom without first having a discussion with the teacher. This could range from having another adult step in for the teacher while a brief meeting happens, to keeping the student out of the classroom for the rest of the class period or that day. Admin must understand that teachers already make every effort to address the behavior and to keep the students inside the classroom so that a student has access to their learning. Removing a student is nearly always a last resort. Finally, when students misbehave, all educators directly engaged with that student, including ESPs, have the right to know about the behavior and about the consequences that are given.
Cell phone use in schools is at a dangerous level. Students are regularly using them to cheat, bully others, and distract themselves from completing the tasks they need to complete. This is the single biggest contributor of low grades in my class. A district-wide cell phone policy would be wonderful.
The last one is we had a parent story we would like to share. So as a parent, it is disheartening and frustrating to hear stories from my children regarding unsafe and disrespectful student behavior, especially when you as the parent are trying to teach your own child how to behave in class, how to treat others, and what is right and wrong. Schools should be a place that support parents in these efforts by not allowing other students to disrupt the learning and provide negative examples of disrespectful behavior. When schools do not enforce the district outlined expectations, it makes it difficult for parents to enforce and support those rules at home. The behavior lines have become very blurry because there is not a hard line to be followed and inappropriate behavior appears to be tolerated. Teachers deserve to have and maintain control in their classroom. We need to be considering the mental health of other students and teachers when students continue to have behavior that makes them feel unsafe. My daughter has lost privileges due to others' behaviors, like not sitting with her friends at lunch because they had to sit by class due to behavior concerns. She also told me she doesn't want to tell adults anything that's going on because nothing is ever done. At doctor appointments, when my children are asked, "Did you feel safe at school?" they have said no. This is concerning and heartbreaking for both them and me. So we have an interest. Let me scroll down past our 34 pages. No, there we go. We have an interest in creating safe environments where students feel a sense of belonging and can have extraordinary student experience. We have an interest in creating more clear consequences for students' misconduct that are consistently enforced. We have an interest in training for more admin and staff to support student behavior. And we have an interest in clear communication between admin and educators after an incident occurs to ensure everyone is prepared to support all students.
All right, here we go. We struck 912 because it's duplicative. Essentially, the exact same thing is said later on in this article. Then we renumbered some stuff. This part 9-1, it is now 6, was 7, is essentially the part where it's duplicative. And we have changed this to say, the district will develop protocols for how to address student behavior using resources such as the student discipline data included in the state accreditation report, PBIS, restorative practices, school board policy, Colorado law, and other relevant resources to create a district prevention and intervention manual, which will be implemented at all schools. The manual will look different for elementary, middle, high school, and alternative schools. The school collaborative structure will address how to address these protocols and how to implement them consistently, and then review the implementation quarterly. So we feel like the district has some of this stuff that could just be implemented rather than sending them to schools to reinvent the wheel and come up with their own school-based P&I manual. We have added 9161. Before the student contact day, educators will be provided with training on the district prevention and intervention manual. Educators will also receive ongoing professional learning at least 4 times a year in order to support students' behavioral needs, such as PBIS, restorative practices, trauma-informed care, and de-escalation training. Students and parents will learn the school and district-wide expectations in the first week of school. If a student is removed from the classroom for a safety or major referral, the school administrator will talk to the educator before meeting with the student and debrief with the educator to determine if they have any needs before the student returns to class. All school employees will follow the district prevention and intervention manual with fidelity. After a student has been removed for a discipline from an educator's classroom, a behavior plan may be developed by a school principal or designee in cooperation with the classroom educators after the first removal from the class, and will be developed after the second removal from class. That's in line with school board policy and Colorado law. If school-wide TLCC data for school behavior or discipline is not favorable, a plan will be developed by the PBST to address it. And 9-2-2, educators who submit valid claims for damaged property will be reimbursed by the district for claims. If an educator spends time above the 40-hour work week repairing their classroom or property, they'll be compensated for their time per 1710-4. That's just consistent. Didn't really seem fair that a CFO could just decide or to maybe reimburse or maybe not. And that's the same down here. Instead of consider reimburse, will reimburse. That's it.
Okay. Are there any questions?
We will combine all questions with 8, 5, and 9 together and use the entire 4.5 hours next week for those questions.
Okay, then if people could read the consolidated statement of what goes on.
Especially that last one that just got written.
And while you're doing that, I would like to give a special thanks to the folks at the Ed Center for providing just an awesome food. It was delicious. So thank you so much for you guys for providing that because it was delicious. As I said, I'm getting tired.
Well, let's thank our FNS department for that. That was delicious. Thank you.
For which? Oh, FN. That's the. Oh, Food and Nutrition Services. Well, they did themselves proud because that was delicious today.
I just want to give a shout out to you, Rob, for being a facilitator, stepping in today. Your soothing voice helped us along these articles. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Maybe, yeah. Okay, I'm too tired to. Okay, I think we do have it. So that concludes the meeting 2 minutes early after our 10-minute extension.